Chapter 838. On the stone arch bridge outside the Taiji Palace. Li Zixuan looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and thought that if he hadn't argued for her in the imperial court, Changle would have been sent to northern India for a political marriage thousands of miles away. How sad and unfair it was. In his impression, the so-called Jianri dynasty did not last long. This was because in the history after Zhenguan, he had never heard of the Jianri dynasty. This meant that even if Changle married over, she would only end up with a sad ending. It was true. According to the historical records, in the 21st year of Zhenguan, King Jianri drowned in the Ganges River and didn't leave any heirs. At that time, the country was in chaos. Prime Minister Aluo Nazhun usurped the throne, and the huge empire that was maintained by force collapsed instantly. Haha, Your Highness is too polite. What I did was just what a Han person should do. Li Zixuan smiled kindly. What he said was both right and wrong. In his previous life, Li Zixuan was a bit angry. After traveling to ancient times, he certainly didn't want his country to trade women for peace. If what happened today happened to any princess, Li Zixuan would speak up for her. However, if it weren't for Changle, he might not have been so nervous and worked so hard today. The reason was that he didn't like Changle. He did like her, but it was definitely not the kind of love between a man and a woman. After all, Changle was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. If he, a modern man, really had feelings for Changle, it would be too abnormal. It was undeniable that Changle, like her name, was born beautiful and charming. At such a young age, it could be seen that she would grow up to be a beauty. However, on the one hand, Li Zixuan only treated Changle as his younger sister. Lan was lively and lovely, while Changle was gentle and well-behaved. Li Zixuan felt that it would be perfect if he could have 2 sisters like her at the same time. On the other hand, Li Zixuan, who had a soft spot for the Tang Dynasty in his previous life, felt that the 2 most respectable and pitiful women in the Zhenguan Dynasty were Empress Zhongsun and Changle. These 2 women were extremely virtuous, but unfortunately, their lives were very short. Compared to Empress Zhongsun, Changle had completely inherited her virtuousness, but not her scheming and means as an empress. Therefore, Changle was a gentle and weak woman who was extremely virtuous but not protected by a hard shell. Li Zixuan had traveled through 1,000 years. After seeing the real person, it was inevitable that he would feel pity and protect her. However, he was only treating her as his little sister and doting on her. He was not that perverted. This is what a Han should do. But why is it that out of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, only you, Brother Xiao Xian, speak out for justice and argue for what is right? Changle muttered in her heart. After that, she looked at Li Zixuan with her watery eyes and said with a smile, "No matter what, Changle should thank Brother Xiao Xian." "All right, Brother Xiao Xian, you can go and do your work. Changle should go and find Father." She also knew that there were many eyes and ears here. If she chatted with Li Zixuan for a long time, it was inevitable that people would gossip. "All right, take care, Your Highness." Li Zixuan smiled and cupped his hands in salute. Li Zixuan kept addressing her as Your Highness so politely, which made Changle slightly dissatisfied. She felt that it was very distant, but in this situation there was nothing she could do. She could only nod and sigh in her heart. Then she turned and left. "Young master, you're back." When it was close to noon, Li Zixuan returned to the Li residence. San Bao hurriedly took over the reins and greeted Li Zixuan warmly with a smile. "Where's Yushi?" Li Zixuan clapped his hands and asked casually. "Young mistress is in the kitchen right now. Young master, you can go and wash your hands first." The food will be ready soon. Sanbao held Big White's hand and bowed. Li Zishuan nodded and walked into the residence. He thought to himself that his wife was really too good to him. Ever since they got married, Han Yushi had been making delicious food for him every day. She was simply raising him like a pig. If he didn't have martial arts in this life, he would definitely become a fat otaku again if Han Yushi continued to raise him like this. After a sumptuous lunch, the couple returned to the bedroom. Han Yushi asked, "Husband, is everything okay during the morning court today?" Han Yushi had never asked or cared about the matters of the imperial court. However, she saw that Li Zishuan was not in high spirits after returning today. She hesitated and asked. Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, "Today, the main thing is that the small Nanyang kingdom is presenting tributes to His Majesty. It wasn't a big deal, but later the Prime Minister of the Jedi Dynasty proposed to His Majesty. Their king wants to marry Changle." Han Yushi was shocked and covered her mouth. "Ah, how could this be? Husband, did His Majesty agree?" She had always had a good impression of Changle. When she heard that Changle might be married to another country, she couldn't help but worry. Li Zishuan shook his head and sighed. "No, His Majesty is not muddle-headed. It's just that I have another task now." Hearing that Li Zishuan didn't agree to this marriage, Han Yushi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she heard the second half of the sentence, she couldn't help but raise her head and ask, "Husband, did His Majesty arrange another task for you?" Li Zishuan nodded and roughly told Han Yushi about the matter of the shipbuilding department and the iron mine. After Han Yushi heard this, she whispered with a complicated mood, "Yes. Husband, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. His Majesty thinks so highly of you and has given you so many important tasks. Whether it's for the country or the people, you should treat them seriously. With me at home, husband, you don't have to worry." From a personal point of view, Han Yushi certainly hoped that Li Zishuan could foolishly do nothing every day and stay by her side. However, she knew that this was impossible. Her husband was so capable that he was destined to not be an ordinary person. Since the moment Yanhuang College was built, Li Zishuan spent less and less time at home. At that time, Han Yushi truly tasted what it meant to regret teaching your husband to seek the title of Marquis. "Thank you for your understanding, wife." Li Zishuan smiled. Han Yushi shook her head and asked again, "Husband, are we going back to Yinshan in the afternoon?" We'll go back to Yinshan after resting for a while. In the afternoon, Faubert still has something to do with me. According to yesterday's agreement, Faubert would bring his nephew for an interview this afternoon. He had to tell him the location of several magnetite and pyrite mines. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Zishuan took his wife out of the mansion in a carriage and went to Yinshan. Naturally, Sanbao and Fu were extremely resentful. They didn't expect their young master and young madam to leave after only staying in the mansion for a day. Such a master was extremely rare in Chang. And Chapter 839. "Young master, this is my nephew, Fu Bin." When they returned to Yinshan, Faubert was already waiting outside the courtyard with a young man. Li Zishuan directly brought them to the study on the first floor. Faubert smiled and introduced the young man beside him to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded and then began to size up the young man. This young man was about 25 or 26 years old. He had a delicate face, a high nose bridge, and a pair of eyes that were 70% clever and 30% timid. It was said that one's appearance was born from one's heart. Just by looking at his face, this young man was somewhat clever and somewhat timid. Fortunately, Li Zixuan didn't need someone who wasn't afraid of anything. He felt that a person should have a heart of reverence so that they wouldn't overstep the rules when doing things. Brat, why aren't you greeting young master? Falbert slapped the back of the young man's head and scolded. The young man staggered 2 steps forward and hurriedly bowed to Li Zixuan and said, Fubin greets young master. Li Zixuan smiled and said, no need to be so polite. I treat Falbert like an elder. Since you're Falbert's nephew, then your family. Fubin lowered his head and said, young master is too kind. I don't dare. Li Zixuan didn't force him and asked, you know martial arts? He saw that Fubin's lower body was very stable, so he asked this question. Fubin scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I don't know martial arts, but I know some boxing. Falbert couldn't help but interrupt at this moment. This kid didn't like to study since he was young. He didn't learn how to dance, but learn a lot of fancy boxing. If it weren't for young master's favor, he wouldn't have made a name for himself. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, Hee. Falbert, you can't say that. There are 360 professions, and each profession has its own master. Studying is not the only way out of a person's life. As long as Fubin is down to earth, he will definitely have his own future. Hearing this, Fubin's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Zixuan. Speaking up to this point, Li Zixuan took out a map from the bookshelf and beckoned to Fubin. When the latter came over, he said, Let's go. Fubin, as long as you can accomplish this task, I will arrange you to work in the workshop. If you do well, you might even take over the position of Falbert in the workshop. By then, you will have a bright future. Fubin's expression lit up, and he hurriedly said, Many thanks for young master's promotion. Young master, if you need anything, just tell me. Even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I will definitely complete the task given by young master. Li Zixuan smiled and said, I don't need you to go through water and tread on fire. I have marked 4 locations on this map corresponding to the 4 mines. They are not far from here, and they are all in Hedong Road. You can take some people there and look for the mines near the locations I marked. If the local government obstructs you, you can just show them my warrant. In the 2nd month of the 1st year of Jingguan, Li Er divided the country into 10 roads, namely Guanyi Road, Hunan Road, Hedong Road, Hebei Road, Shannon Road, Longyu Road, Huainan Road, Jiangnan Road, Jianan Road, and Lingnan Road. The counties were abolished and replaced with provinces. The 4 mines marked by Li Zixuan on the map were all located in Shaanxi Province, which was Hedong Road in the Tang Dynasty. Among the 4 mines, there were 2 magnetite mines and 2 pyrite mines. The magnetite reserves should be at least 30 million tons, which was enough for Li Zixuan's workshop to squander for decades. At the same time, it could also alleviate the extreme shortage of iron in the Tang Dynasty. Fubin took the map and suddenly had a bitter expression. Young master, this map. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and said, What's wrong? You don't know how to read a map? Fubin had a long face and nodded. Falbert was furious and slapped the back of Fubin's head again. Ignorant and incompetent. I usually told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. Now you have lost your face here. What a bastard. Li Zixuan smiled. As the saying goes, when one is concerned, one must be responsible. From this, it could be seen that Falbert was very concerned about his nephew. Ha! Falbert, this map of mine is marked with a new method. It is normal that Xiao Bing does not understand it. You just need to teach him these 2 days. Don't worry, the mining is not urgent. Falbert knew that Li Zixuan was purposely giving him face. He said gratefully, Thank you, young master. Young master, don't worry. Even if this kid does not eat or sleep these 2 days, he will learn to read the map. He will not delay young master's work. All right, it's not that serious. By the way, Uncle Fu, I have a few drawings here, and I've marked the detailed size requirements on them. They'll be used together with the thing I drew for you in the workshop last time. Can you make them for me recently? Li Zishuan waved his hand and turned around to take out a few drawings from the bookshelf. He passed them to Faubert. Faubert took the drawings and glanced at them. Young master, this is not a problem. Don't worry. Then, Faubert, you guys can go back to your work. Seeing that there was nothing else to say, Li Zishuan sent him off with a cup of tea. It was not that he did not want to give face, but that he and Faubert had been very busy recently. Then this old man will take his leave. Faubert cupped his hands and left with Fubin. Li Zishuan meditated for a while in the study before leaving for the academy. He had to check on the students' recent military training before teaching them Taiji Fist. After all, he had promised Chung Chumo a few days ago. It's you. Senior, what brings you to my humble abode again? What Li Zishuan did not expect was that the moment he stepped out of the door, he met the uninvited guest from 2 days ago, the bearded guest who was beaten black and blue. Perhaps it was because Li Jing's medicine was too effective, or because the half-step great grandmaster's recovery ability was too strong. In just 2 days, the bearded guest's injuries were almost healed. Why? Marquis Yong and isn't inviting me in? Could it be that you're still angry with me? The bearded man's aura was restrained, and he looked just like an ordinary farmer. He didn't bring a saber today, and just walked towards Li Zishuan empty-handed and said with a smile, I wouldn't dare. Senior, please come in. Li Zishuan still had to give face to Li Jing during the Battle of Yunshan. Moreover, he had a breakthrough during the battle, and it could be said that he benefited greatly. If he followed the normal progress, he did not know how long it would take for him to break through. Therefore, although he had some complaints in his heart, he did not hate the bearded guest as much as he did in the beginning. Ha ha, Marquis Yong, and if this is your humble abode, then there are no luxurious mansions in this world. Seeing that Li Zishuan's attitude towards him had improved slightly, the bearded guest laughed loudly. Chapter 840. Last time, he was still shouting about killing, but this time he came to visit as if nothing had happened. It had to be said that the bearded guest's skin was really thick. However, no one in the Li family gave him a good face. Li Jingma only nodded at the bearded man in greeting before leaving. Han Yushi and Madame Li didn't even go downstairs or greet him. When he came over to pour tea for the bearded guest, she heavily knocked the teacup on the table to express her dissatisfaction. Lanner held a small wooden sword and quietly hid at the staircase. Her 2 bright eyes stared at the bearded man without blinking, as if she was ready to deal a fatal blow to the bearded man in the main hall at any time. This little cutie didn't know that her every move had been noticed by the 2 people in the main hall. Ha ha, Marquis Yong, and even if I did something wrong last time, you don't have to be so stingy, right? This old man heard that you have good wine at home. Why bring out this tea to embarrass this old man? The bearded guest didn't care much about the Li family's reaction. In his opinion, Li Zishuan's family was already very polite for not cutting him with a knife. Now, they were just a little cold to him. So what? He looked at the teacup on the table and said to Li Zishuan without any trace of politeness. He came to Chang and with the Imperial Quartz Fleet. Counting the days, he had stayed in Chang, and for quite some time. Naturally, he knew of the Li family's reputation of drunken, immortal, and gentle village. Moreover, he had tasted it many times at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Although it was a little expensive, the bearded guest still felt that it was worth it. Besides, how could a pirate like him lack money? Spending money to buy enjoyment was what people like him liked to do the most. It's not that I don't want to, but my family's wine is extremely strong. If Senior has something to say, please talk about business first, and then talk about other things. Li Zishuan replied indifferently. He didn't fall out with the bearded guest because he was giving face to Li Jing. As for the good wine and good dishes, it could only be said that the bearded guest was overthinking. Hearing the coldness in Li Zishuan's words, a hint of embarrassment appeared on the bearded man's face, but it disappeared in a flash. Ahem, I don't like to beat around the bush with people. So I'll be frank with you. I want your complete sea chart. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. If I can do it, I won't say a word. Li Zishuan was shocked. Only now did he understand that the dragon-bearded guest deliberately came to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble 2 days ago. He went through so much trouble just for his sea map. However, how did this old man know that he had the sea map in his hands? That's impossible. Senior, please don't mention it again. Li Zishuan didn't think too much about it and directly refused. The curly-bearded guest immediately asked anxiously, "Why is that?" "There should always be room for negotiation. Marquis Yong, and why are you so heartless?" "Feelings?" Li Zishuan sneered and said sarcastically, 2 days ago, someone wanted to annihilate my entire family. Why should I care about feelings with such a person? I'm already giving face to Duke Wei by not sweeping him out of the door. When the curly-bearded guest heard this, his face turned green and white. The fight 2 days ago was a misunderstanding. I've already explained it to Marquis Yong, and although my words were inappropriate, I didn't have any ill intentions. Marquis Yong, and why do you have to take it to heart? Humph. Some people don't mean much to you, but to me, their lives are more important than my own. You'll never understand this. Li Zishuan stared at the curly-bearded guest and said word by word. The curly-bearded guest was speechless, and the hall fell into silence. After a while, Li Zishuan asked, "Senior, how did you know that I have a detailed sea map?" The curly-bearded guest suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He was about to explain when he saw the servant girl who served him tea earlier walk over and said to Li Zishuan, "Young master, there's a person called Meng Yuliang outside. Who wants to see you?" Meng Yuliang? Li Zishuan muttered to himself. Only then did he remember that Meng Yuliang was Meng Wenhao's father. He just didn't know why he came over at this time. "Let him in." "Yes, young master." "Shao," he responded, and then turned around to go out. The curly-bearded guest, who was about to speak, saw that Li Zishuan summoned Meng Yuliang without hesitation. He rolled his eyes and actually shut his mouth. Meng Yuliang pays his respects to Marquis. After a while, Meng Yuliang walked in. He saw the curly-bearded guest sitting in the main hall, and a trace of joy flashed across his eyes. He then turned around and bowed solemnly to Li Zishuan. "Uncle Meng, you don't have to be so courteous. Now that you're an official, you don't have to be so courteous." Li Zishuan helped him up and said with a pleasant smile, "Don't worry. Marquis, you're too courteous. You've done a great favor for my Wenhao, and you deserve to be courteous." Meng Yuliang said with a sincere face. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't insist. He pointed to the sofa beside him and said, "What's there to be courteous about? Uncle Meng, take a seat first." Meng Yuliang paused and didn't sit down immediately. Instead, he turned around and faced the curly-bearded guest. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Today, Meng Yuliang knew that Benefactor was here and specially came to thank Benefactor. "Once again, I thank Benefactor for saving my life." Get up, get up. How can a man kneel just because he wants to? It's just a small matter for you in our hometown. You don't have to worry about it for so long. The curly-bearded guest quickly stood up and helped Meng Yuliang up. benefactor? Li Zishuan saw this scene and was a little confused. How could these two people, who didn't have anything to do with each other, have an intersection? What kind of drama is this? Uncle Meng, you know each other? Li Zishuan frowned and asked aloud. Meng Yuliang turned around and replied, Marquis, the fleet was attacked by pirates at sea. I was seriously injured and almost died at sea. Fortunately, benefactor came to my rescue and saved my life. Hearing Meng Yuliang's words, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something. After a moment of frowning, he looked at the curly-bearded guest and said in surprise, Previously, Commandery Prince Hejian told me that when the army landed in Japan, there was a mysterious master protecting him. I didn't expect that person to be you. Haha, it's just a coincidence. It's not worth mentioning. Although the curly-bearded guest was proud, he still had an indifferent expression on his face. This old guy is really good at acting tough. Li Zishuan pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. He was now curious about how Meng Yuliang knew that the curly-bearded guest was with him. The curly-bearded guest had been staying at Li Zishuan's house recently. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't know his whereabouts. How did Meng Yuliang, who had no foundation in Chang, and no... Chapter 841. Old Master, do you think Li Zishuan has agreed to Big Brother's request? Dukwei Residence, study room. Hong Fiunu held her hair with one hand and swayed in front of Lord Li Jing as she spoke wittily. Lord Li Jing held his forehead and sighed helplessly. Chuchen, I think you shouldn't have done that. Little Xian is also our junior. How could you scheme against him? When Hong Fiunu heard that, her eyes widened, and she said loudly, Scheme? How did I scheme against him? I was only telling him the truth. Could it be that Big Brother didn't save that person called Meng Yuliang at sea? From the beginning to the end, did I make up any lies? So, how can this be called scheming? Lord Li Jing was instantly speechless. He thought to himself that he really couldn't reason with a woman at any time. Forget it. Just take it as this old man owes that child a favor. Lord Li Jing sighed in his heart and thought to himself, Marquis, benefactor, you two go ahead. If there's a chance in the future, Meng Yuliang will visit again. Cloud Mountain Residence. Meng Yuliang only sat for a while before he stood up and bid farewell. He also understood that Li Zishuan and the dragon-bearded guest must have something important to discuss. It wasn't convenient for him to continue disturbing them. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the fact that the dragon-bearded guest was constantly drifting about and came and went without a trace, he wouldn't have rushed over immediately upon hearing news of the dragon-bearded guest. All right, Uncle Meng, take care. Li Zishuan stood up and smiled. Although he had many questions about how Meng Yuliang knew that the dragon-bearded guest was here, the dragon-bearded guest had saved Meng Wenhao's father. This was an irrefutable fact that couldn't be changed no matter what. Everything else didn't seem too important. After sending Meng Yuliang off, there were only two people left in the main hall, an old man and a young man. The two of them stared at each other for a while before Li Zishuan spoke. I can give you the map, but you have to promise me one thing. The bearded man was overjoyed. Previously, there was no room for negotiation. Now, although there were conditions, there was finally room for negotiation. The difference between the two was not small. Ultimately, it was because he had inadvertently saved the father of Li Zishuan's favorite disciple. Even though Li Zishuan did not say it explicitly, it was obvious that he had accepted this favor. Otherwise, his attitude would not have changed like this. What conditions? The bearded guest hurriedly asked. Li Zishuan stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and lightly said, In the previous martial arts competition, it should be considered as your loss, right? The bearded man thought about it seriously and then nodded. That's right, this old man lost. Although Li Zixuan and Mo Huai had teamed up to fight him in the end, he had already lost when Li Zixuan forced his acupoints open due to the threat of death coming from Li Zixuan. A loss was a loss. He, the bearded guest, had traversed the 4 seas. He would never do something so shameless as to refuse to admit his loss. Good. Before the martial arts competition, you said that if I lost, you would exterminate my entire family. But in the end, you clearly lost, so it's a different story. Li Zixuan said with a smile. The bearded guest's face darkened. He said impatiently, Marquis Yong, and just tell me what you want. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best. When Li Zixuan heard this, he revealed a devilish smile, causing the curly-bearded guest, a great demon who had killed countless people, to tremble in fear. This marquis has always been kind-hearted. I won't do something like exterminating someone's entire family, but since you lost the martial arts competition, you should pay a corresponding price. Moreover, you want this marquis's sea map, so the price you should pay naturally cannot be low. How about this? As long as you are willing to fulfill your responsibilities as a guard at Yanhuang College for a year, this marquis will hand over the sea map to you. In addition to this request, after you take this marquis's sea map, you also need to help this marquis find a few things overseas. Once you find them, you will send them back to Chang and... How about it? Do you agree to these 2 requests? Be a guard for a year. The bearded guest's eyes widened. If it was someone else who said this to him, he would definitely smash that person into a meat patty with his fist. What kind of person was he, the bearded guest? He was the overlord of the sea. How could he be someone's guard? If this were to spread out, how would he be able to survive in the south? However, he had no choice but to agree. First of all, he did lose the martial arts competition that day. Logically speaking, Li Zixuan should be the one to make a request. Moreover, that sea map was truly too important to him. After wandering the sea for so many years, no one knew better than him how rich the wealth of the sea was. If he had the help of Li Zixuan's sea map, where in the world could he not go? Can you change the conditions? For example, this marquis can use money to buy this sea map. The bearded guest said unwillingly. As for the latter condition, he didn't think much of it. At most, it would just take some effort to find something. However, the first condition was asking for his life. As the island master of the 72 islands, he also wanted his face. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Do you think this marquis is someone who lacks money? Just these 2 conditions, there's no way to change them. Senior, you also know that I originally didn't want to negotiate with you. However, now that you're unwilling to agree to my conditions, this marquis is powerless to do anything. 2 days ago, other than threatening Li Zixuan's family, the bearded guest also committed another crime, which was to disrupt the order of Cloud Mountain. Accordingly, he had to pay the price and set an example to the people who came after him. He had to let them know that no matter who it was, if they dared to cause trouble in Cloud Mountain, they must be punished. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly froze. The bearded guest's face was gloomy. He tapped the table with his finger and didn't say a word. Seeing this, Li Zixuan didn't rush him. He waved at Lan, who was hiding at the stairs. The little girl put away the wooden sword in her hand and ran towards Li Zixuan with a smile. The brother and sister played a childish game of rock, paper, scissors in front of the bearded guest. They were very happy. After a long time, the bearded guest coughed heavily and said, Marquis Yong, and this marquis has thousands of brothers under me. This marquis is not someone who can do whatever I want. This matter is very important. Please give this marquis one day to consider carefully. Before sunset tomorrow, I will definitely give you an answer." Although his martial arts skills were basically unrivaled, he still had to listen to the opinions of his subordinates. Otherwise, what future could he have as a commander without an army? "Fine. This marquis will wait for you for one day." Li Zixuan nodded. He didn't expect the bearded guest to not reject such an unreasonable request on the spot. It was really inconceivable. "Then this marquis will take his leave first." The bearded guest cupped his hands and left. Of course, in the entire courtyard, no one sent him off. Chapter 842. The next day, Li Zixuan finally woke up early. After having breakfast in the courtyard, he went to Yanhuang College. Recently, due to various things as the principal, he had not shown up at Yanhuang College for a long time. Mr. Li Gang had complained about this countless times. If this guy did not show up, Li Gang would probably come personally to catch him. Good morning, Mr. Li. Have you had breakfast yet?" Coincidentally, Li Zixuan, the principal who often liked to slack off, happened to meet the vice principal who had always been conscientious. Seeing Li Gang looking at him expressionlessly, Li Zixuan could only bite the bullet and go forward to greet him. "Yes." Li Gang nodded, and then walked forward with Li Zixuan while saying in a muffled voice, "Seeing that the military training is about to end, Yamacho, you have to arrange the teaching work of the academy as soon as possible. There are so many teachers in the academy. They are all waiting for you to say something." Li Zixuan replied, "Sir, you are right. I will arrange the teaching work as soon as possible." In fact, he was groaning in his heart because he had just received another job from Li Er yesterday, and now the academy was about to get on track. With two things happening at the same time, it was estimated that he would be as busy as a dog in the next month. "Oh, Mr. Yen and Mr. Wang came to me yesterday. They asked me to remind you not to forget about their bet last month." Seeing that Li Zixuan agreed, Li Gang felt a little relieved. Suddenly, he remembered something and suddenly said with some amusement. Li Zixuan was startled. Only then did he remember that Wang Ji and Yen Silu had a quarrel that eventually evolved into a bet. If Li Gang had not mentioned it to him today, he would have really forgotten about it. "Sir, don't worry. I have always remembered this matter in my heart. I will never forget it." Li Zixuan lied through his teeth. Li Gang was old and shrewd. How could he not see that Li Zixuan was lying? However, he didn't expose her. He just smiled and left alone. Beep, beep, beep. "Attention! Look to the right. Look forward. At ease." At 7 in the morning, the students of Yanhuang College, who had just finished their breakfast, began to gather on the sports field. Unlike in the past, they didn't start training immediately after they gathered today. The instructors of each class didn't give any more orders after they were in formation. The students were all secretly puzzled. After a while, they saw Li Zixuan on the rostrum of the sports field. Today, Li Zixuan didn't wear a scholarly robe like before. Instead, he wore a loose white silk undershirt, which was a bit similar to the modern training clothes. He looked very elegant and unrestrained. Li Zixuan stood on the rostrum and looked at the neat rows of students below. Each of them had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were like sharp swords that pierced the sky. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In less than a month, this group of motley crew had been trained by him to look like a decent person. "You become darker and thinner." He was looking at the students, and the students were also looking at him. "Just like this, you look at me, I look at you." After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Li Zixuan suddenly opened his mouth and said these 4 words. The students were instantly amused. However, what he said was also true. In this era, where there were no skincare products or sunscreen, anyone who was exposed to the sun for a month would become darker. Li Tai's change could be said to be the biggest among them. The white and fat little fatty in the past had now become a young man with dark skin and a medium build. Those who hadn't seen him in the past month would probably not be able to recognize him when they suddenly saw him like this. After a while, the laughter gradually died down. Li Zishuan continued, I know that you've all worked hard in the past month, but the improvement that all of you have received from this military training is obvious. A month of military training has taught you to be strong, and it has also taught you to be united and patient. All right, let's stop with the small talk. Today is not the day to summarize your military training. Your military training is not over yet. The first half of his words made the students sigh with emotion, but the last half of his half-joking words made many of them smile. Most of them had never seen Li Zishuan speak in such a chatty tone. Now that they heard it, they felt that it was particularly amiable. It was much better than the old-fashioned old men they had met before. Well, since you all welcome me so much, I'll tell you all a piece of good news. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously. He looked at the students below and said, in the next few days, you won't have to stand in line every day to train. You'll be much more relaxed because I'm going to teach you a set of fist techniques. Whether you know martial arts or not, you can learn it together with me. This set of fist techniques is called Tai Chi. I hope you can learn it well because it's not just a set of fist techniques. It contains the Tao of heaven and earth. Fist techniques? Yamacho wants to teach us fist techniques. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the students exclaimed one after another. They didn't understand why Li Zishuan suddenly made such a decision. Of course, Cheng Chimo was an exception. This guy had known the news for a long time. It's good to learn fist techniques. It's better than standing in line every day. Yes, this is really good news. The students were extremely happy when they thought that Xian didn't have to train hard for the next 2 days. Okay, quiet down. After a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan shouted in a deep voice. Then he began to explain. Before I teach you fist techniques, I want to tell you what Tai Chi is. The so-called Tai Chi is the process of the universe from the infinite to the Tai Chi, and the process of all things. The Tai Chi is the state before heaven and earth were created, and before yin and yang were separated. The Book of Changes once said, when Tai Chi existed, yin and yang were born. Tai Chi means that before heaven and earth were separated, primordial Chi was mixed into one. This Tai Chi contains the truth of heaven and earth. You must understand it well. Next, I'll show you once. You can remember as much as you can. Don't force it. After that, Li Zishuan began to close his eyes and calm his mind. After a while, when his essence, Qi, and spirit reached the best state, he opened his eyes. He drew a circle with his toes, and his hands formed a circle. The robe on his body also slowly danced with the agitation of his body's Qi. He looked quite like an expert. Tai Chi Yin and Yang, Xian, Li Ming. Thousands of changes do not leave the principle. Defend and neutralize without bias. Only when you understand the loosening and tightening skills will you succeed. Li Zishuan recited the incantation to the students while he formed a circle with his hands. His body and movements gradually stretched out. Now his strength had reached the middle stage of Grand Master. In addition, after so many life and death struggles, his understanding of Tai Chi was far from what it was before. The most intuitive manifestation was that his every move now contained a trace of Tao. Ordinary people and people at low levels naturally couldn't see the difference, but Qin Xiong and Mo Huai, who were on the side of the field, saw the clues. This, this. Every move is Tao. Taoism has existed for thousands of years. I'm afraid such a person is extremely rare, isn't it? Qin Xiong looked at Li Zixuan, who was dancing on the rostrum. He was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. He muttered to himself in a low voice. Mo Huai was also shocked. He felt that this scene in front of him was even more shocking than when he saw Li Zixuan break through to the middle stage of Grand Master the day before yesterday. Tao follows nature. This is Tao following nature. It's a great fortune for Taoism to have such a person. If this Tai Chi is practiced deeply, it can definitely be called the supreme fist technique. I didn't expect Yamacho to so casually make it public. What a pity! Qin Xiong had come to his senses at this time. He smiled and said, "Brother Mo, you worry too much. To reach Xiao Xian's level of mastery in Taiji Fist, without the guidance of a master, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Others might only be able to grasp the form, but not the essence. Take this old man, for example. After practicing for so long, I can't even reach 30% of Xiao Xian's mastery in Taiji Fist." It can be seen that Tai Chi is not as easy to practice as it seems on the surface. Qin Xiong's words could be said to have revealed the secret. Tai Chi paid the most attention to the fist intent and one's own understanding. Among 100 people, there were 100 different understandings of Tai Chi, but only one or two of them could go a little further on the road of Tai Chi. General Qin's words are reasonable. I've learned a lot. When Mo Huai heard this, he felt relieved and cupped his hands with a smile. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. The two of them saw the skill clearly, but the students on the sports field were watching the show. However, this show was not ordinary. In their eyes, Li Zixuan's every move was full of poetry and painting, as if it had a natural feeling. Just looking at it made people feel very comfortable. Simply put, it was pleasing to the eye. At this moment, all the students were deeply intoxicated by the Tai Chi concept that Li Zixuan had drawn. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. Their minds moved with Li Zixuan's moving fists, as if they were in another world. Every move was Tao. Qin Xiong was right. This was Li Zixuan's current Tai Chi realm. Not only could he immerse his mind into the realm of forgetfulness, but he could also guide the minds of the people around him with lower martial arts realms into his Tai Chi realm to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth contained in the Tai Chi realm. However, Li Zixuan himself didn't know all of this. At this moment, he had entered the realm of forgetfulness and couldn't hear or see what was happening around him. He only subconsciously performed the Tai Chi in his mind. Li Zixuan was Tai Chi, and Tai Chi was Li Zixuan. After practicing Tai Chi for Qin Xiong at the Qin family, he finally merged with Tai Chi again to form a complete ball. Tai Chi had already fused into his body, accompanying the beating of his heart and even accompanying his breathing. There was fog around Li Zixuan. His body emitted heat, and the heat and fog condensed together. At this moment, a flock of birds flew over from the forest on the west side of the cloud mountain. They stopped in the air above the rostrum and actually started to dance with Li Zixuan's movements. Not a single bird made a sound during the process. Tao followed nature. Li Zixuan had really merged himself with nature. He penetrated his mind into every moment of his movements. He was light but not floating, soft but not soft. He was relaxed and heavy at the same time. It was as if he was floating in the water, floating in the Yangtze River. His waist was like a wheel, and his mind surged as he swam continuously. After a short 15 minutes, his entire body was drenched in sweat. His clothes were already soaked. However, his face was even redder, and his skin was even fairer. He appeared to be in a sparkling and translucent state. Arm support, knee support, mind support. If you don't support yourself, support yourself, support yourself, support yourself, support yourself. As the last fist technique was performed, Li Zishuan drew a circle in front of him with the tip of his foot. His body slowly retracted. He stood at attention and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This set of Taiji fist made him feel extremely satisfied. At this moment, the birds in the sky seemed to have just woken up from their sleep. They scattered and flew in all directions. The students below the stage were all still in a state of intoxication. When Li Zishuan came back to his senses and saw this, he just smiled and didn't say anything to disturb them. He hoped that the students would be able to realize something from his high-level demonstration. Taiji, light but not floating, soft but not soft. It is relaxed and heavy at the same time. What a magical fist technique. This little kid is full of secrets. Why have I never heard of such a profound fist technique in the Jianghu before? Under a big tree outside the sports field, a bearded man looked at Li Zishuan on the rostrum of the sports field and whispered to himself. That's right, this guy was the bearded man. He was the person who almost became the head of security of Yanhuang College. Needless to say, he must have snuck in while hiding from the college's guards. If Pang Feiji and Mo Zhong knew about this, they would definitely be pissed to death. Of course, no one would have thought that this famous pirate in the Jianghu would actually come to Yanhuang College to secretly learn. Wow, this Taiji fist looks really good. No, I have to learn it well. No. I think it's mainly because Yamacho is good at it. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it to this extent. Taiji is the birth of yin and yang. I seem to have thought of something unusual from this Taiji fist. After half a quarter of an hour, the students on the field began to come back to their senses. Suddenly, there was an endless wave of exclamations. Chung Chumo scratched his head. His mind had just been brought into the Taiji realm by Li Zishuan. Then he wandered around the Taiji realm and came back. He had some enlightenment in his heart, but he couldn't tell what it was. His realm was a little loose, but it was not enough for him to break through. He was in the temporary boundary between breaking through and not breaking through. To put it in layman's terms, it was like wanting to take a dump, but couldn't do it after squatting for a long time. However, Chung Chumo wasn't too discouraged. This was because he had learned so much just by watching Li Zishuan practice Taiji fist once. If he completely learned Li Zishuan's Taiji fist later on, with so much enlightenment, wouldn't it be easy to break through? Chapter 843. How about it? Do you want to learn Tai Chi? Looking at the stupefied students below, Yi Zichen said. Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and smiled. Yes. The students were silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into a tsunami of cheers. Li Zishuan looked so cool when he was practicing Tai Chi. Just now, young people were all hot-blooded, and they all worshipped heroes. Although many people did not see the battle between Li Zishuan and the bearded man on Yinshan 2 days ago because they were on holiday, they more or less heard about it when school started yesterday. Today, they saw Li Zishuan's super high-level and magic fist technique demonstration with their own eyes. In their hearts, they had already regarded Li Zishuan as a hero who excelled in both the pen and the sword. Since you all want to learn, then do your best. All the instructors of the academy will follow suit and learn. In the future, you will be in charge of teaching the students of each class. This was not because Li Zishuan was lazy, but because he still had a lot of things to do. He could not teach Tai Chi every day here, so he said this. Yes, Yamacho. In the academy, usually no one would call Li Zishuan Marquis. When Pang Feiji and the other instructors heard this, they were all extremely excited. In fact, even if Li Zixuan didn't say it, they had already made up their minds to secretly learn it. Now that they could learn it openly, it couldn't be better. Okay, now we will start teaching Tai Chi, all of you. Pay attention. After loudly reminding, Li Zixuan moved his left foot out, held his hands in a circle, and slowly recited the formula: Tai Chi Yin Yang, Xian Li Ming, thousands of changes, thousands of transformations, but does not leave the sect. Defend and neutralize without bias. Understand the loosening and tightening technique. Then you will succeed. The students below followed suit, imitating Li Zixuan's movements and saying in unison, Tai Chi Yin Yang, Xian Li Ming, thousands of changes, thousands of transformations, but does not leave the sect. Defend and neutralize without bias. Understand the loosening and tightening technique. Then you will succeed. Their movements were neat and uniform, and their chants shook the sky. The Yanhuang College teachers outside the field were all shocked by this spectacular scene. This Taiji fist is soft and gentle. The movements are not hard to remember, and the posture is generous and proper. In this old man's opinion, it is quite suitable for us old arms and legs to practice. Li Gang squinted his eyes. He was somewhat attracted by Li Zixuan's Taiji fist demonstration. As soon as he said he would do it, he began to imitate it. Yan Silu, Wang Ji, and other older teachers of the academy also began to practice Tai Chi with Li Gang. However, when the two old men were sparring, they did not forget to bicker with each other. Humph, it's almost a month's time. Why aren't you preparing for the examination? Why are you still putting on an act here? I think you don't want to be a teacher of this academy anymore, do you? Yan Silu seriously imitated Li Zixuan's movements and snorted lightly. Wang Ji's face froze, and he immediately retorted, "Oh, you don't have to worry, Yan Konggui. This old man is already prepared. You just wait to lose the bet, and then you will treat this old man to a month of wine." Ha ha. Humph. You are really a toad yawning. What a big tone. Wait until you pass the Yamacho-S examination. Li Zixuan spent the entire morning teaching the 48 simplified forms of Yang's Tai Chi to the students one by one. Pang Feiji and the others all knew Kung Fu, so they naturally learned it faster than most of the students. Before lunch, they had already memorized the main points of each move. Li Zixuan was naturally happy and at ease. In the afternoon, he let Pang Feiji and the other instructors teach Tai Chi to the students. He himself patrolled around and personally guided the students who did not follow the rules. Of course, when he saw Li Gang, Yan Silu, Wang Ji, and the others practicing Tai Chi, he could not help but feel a little strange. It felt like he had seen those old men and women practicing Tai Chi in the park in his previous life. He thought to himself, will this be the scenery of Yanhuang College in the future? Hey, little Xian, wait. During the break, Li Zixuan was about to leave the field and go to his office when he heard Chung Chumo's voice behind him. He turned around and waited for Chung Chumo to run over. He asked, "What's wrong, ugly bull?" "Huh, nothing big. I just wanted to ask, little Xian, are you busy? If you are not busy, can you teach me Tai Chi personally?" Chung Chumo scratched his head and asked embarrassedly, "Why? Isn't Uncle Qin teaching class 1? Why don't you learn from anyone?" Li Zixuan said unhappily. What he meant was, don't be unreasonable and don't bother me. I am very busy. Chung Chumo, of course, he did not understand Li Zixuan's meaning. He straightened his neck and said, "No, I feel like I am about to break through, but Pang Feiji and Uncle Qin's Tai Chi is not as good as yours. Little Xian, please help me. If I don't break through soon, my dad will definitely not let me off easily." Li Zixuan looked at Chung Chumo, suspiciously. He did not expect Chung Chumo to show signs of breaking through after watching Tai Chi for an entire morning. He thought to himself, when did this blockhead become enlightened? Okay, come with me. I will give you a few pointers. Whether you can break through or not will depend on your luck. Martial arts is not something that can be forced. When the time comes, even if you don't break through, Uncle Chung will definitely not do anything to you. Since Chung Chumo said so, how could Li Zixuan not help him? After all, this guy was his first brother in Tang Dynasty. Ha ha, I knew you were a good friend, little Xian. When I break through, I will invite you to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for a drink. Chung Chumo laughed proudly. Li Zixuan looked at this shameless guy in annoyance. Invite me to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for a meal? Do I need you to treat me to a meal at Drunken Immortal Restaurant? He was so king shameless. Master, can I go with you? Since the place where the two of them were talking was not far from Class 1's resting area, Iron Egg had already noticed the two of them whispering and followed them. When he heard that Li Zixuan was going to give Chung Chumo special treatment, he quickly asked, not only did Chung Chumo want to break through, he also wanted to. Ha ha, one is teaching, two is still teaching. Come with me. Li Zixuan smiled and turned to walk out of the sports field. Chung Chumo and Iron Egg naturally followed. After a while, they followed Li Zixuan to the open space in front of Guanghua Building, the main building of Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Chung Chumo, saying, "You attack me." Chung Chumo was stunned, and then he quickly shook his head and said, "Damn it, little Xian, do you think I'm stupid? You are now at the Grand Master middle stage. You want me to attack you? Isn't that asking me to die? No way." He had heard that Li Zixuan had beaten the half-step great Grandmaster Bearded Man until his face was swollen. He would not be so stupid as to teach Li Zixuan a lesson. Chapter 844. In front of the main building of Yanhuang College, hearing Chung Chumo's words, Li Zixuan rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Just attack when I tell you to. Do you still want to break through?" Chung Chumo still straightened his neck and refused. Although I want to break through, I don't want to get beaten up for no reason." Li Zixuan was furious. "Useless. Don't worry, I'll use my body, refinement realm true chi, to take your attack. Stop wasting time and attack. Remember to watch my movements carefully." Chung Chumo was overjoyed when he heard this. Normally, he would not have the chance to fight Li Zixuan on equal footing. "Ha ha, this will do. Little Xian, take this." Chung Chumo clenched his fists and concentrated his true chi in his dantian. After a roar, his whole body pounced on Li Zixuan, and his fist flew directly towards Li Zixuan's chest. Speed, strength, angle. The three were all present and combined into one. Speaking of which, although Chung Chumo's true chi was slightly lower, he was still one of the best in terms of strength among people of the same level. Whoosh! The fist was swift and fierce, with a trace of strong wind, and rushed directly towards Li Zixuan's chest. Iron Egg held his breath and stared at Li Zixuan without blinking. He wanted to see how his master would deal with this aggressive punch. Of course, he was not worried that his master would be hurt at all. In his eyes, his master was invincible, no matter who came. When Chung Chumo's fist was 3 inches away from Li Zixuan's chest, Li Zixuan stretched out his hand, and then stretched out his palm and gently flicked it. Li Zixuan did not even use his true chi, but Chung Chumo seemed to be out of control. After a circle, his attack missed. What's going on? I didn't feel you use your true chi. Little Xian, how could you take my attack? After Chung Chumo stabilized his body, he scratched his head and muttered with a puzzled face. What? Did you forget? Li Zishuan asked. Chung Chumo frowned and thought for a moment and said gloomily, I forgot. Again. Li Zishuan said. So, Chung Chumo once again moved his dantian, clenched his hands into fists, and rushed at Li Zishuan with a faster speed, a heavier force, and a more tricky angle. Li Zishuan smiled, and when Chung Chumo rushed in front of him, he stretched out his right hand. It was the same attack, but Chung Chumo's punch seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and his body was also sent flying. Bang! The miserable Chung Chumo fell to the ground on his butt. Did you forget? Li Zishuan asked again. Chung Chumo frowned and carefully recalled Li Zishuan's movements just now. After a while, he still replied, I forgot. Again. Li Zishuan said. They did this 3 or 4 times. Chung Chumo fell harder each time, and Li Zishuan seemed to be playing house every time. He didn't use much strength at all. Iron Egg next to him was stunned. He used all his mind to carefully watch Li Zishuan's every move, trying to imprint it in his heart. Did you forget? After countless times, Li Zishuan looked at Chung Chumo lying on the ground and asked again. Chung Chumo struggled to get up from the ground, and his face and hair were covered with a lot of dust. He said very awkwardly, I forgot. Li Zishuan didn't tell Chung Chumo to do it again this time. At this moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Xiaoxian, do you want to do it again? I can definitely remember it. Seeing Li Zishuan's ugly face, Chung Chumo felt a little guilty and asked weakly, Do it again, your sister. You think you're Zhang Wuji? Li Zishuan couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed loudly. In his previous life, he read Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. When Zhang Sanfeng was teaching Zhang Wuji the Taiji sword art, Zhang Sanfeng finished one sword art and asked, Child, did you see it clearly? Zhang Wuji said, I saw it clearly. Zhang Sanfeng said, Do you remember it all? Zhang Wuji said, I forgot about half of it. Zhang Sanfeng said, Okay, it's hard for you. Think about it yourself. Zhang Yuanji lowered his head and thought. After a while, Zhang Sanfeng asked, How is it now? Zhang Wuji said, I forgot about half of it. Later, Zhang Sanfeng demonstrated it again. Zhang Wuji said, There are still 3 moves that I didn't forget. Zhang Sanfeng didn't get angry. After a while, Zhang Wuji said, Now, I've forgotten all of it. I've forgotten everything. When everyone heard this, they were worried sick. They thought to themselves, Is there something wrong with this child's brain? How can you forget all the martial arts that great master taught you? Unexpectedly, Zhang Sanfeng's old face bloomed with a smile, praising his grandson's talent. Li Zishuan still remembered the feeling of blood boiling when he saw this scene. But now that it was his turn, he knew that Zhang Sanfeng was deliberately showing off in the movie, because he had demonstrated it to Chung Chumo more than 3 times now. Chung Chumo naturally forgot all of his answers, but he felt that Chung Chumo didn't remember at all, not just forget. Zhang Wuji? Who's Zhang Wuji? Hearing Li Zishuan spit out such a ridiculous sentence, Chung Chumo felt that his brain wasn't working well. It's your sister. I'll demonstrate it one last time. If you can't remember my movements, you won't be able to understand the concept of Taiji fist. If you can't understand the concept, you can forget about breaking through. Li Zishuan said angrily, It's my sister? I don't have a sister? Besides, why isn't my sister's surname Chung, but Zhang? F***CK. So, Xiaoxian, you're scolding my mother. This is too much. Chung Chumo muttered to himself. This guy's brain circuit was really unique. He actually involved his parents in this matter. Iron Egg, who was next to him, was holding back his laughter. It was very difficult for him to hold it in. Li Zishuan really wanted to lift the top of this guy's head to see if there was a dung beetle inside. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come and attack me. This is your last chance. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to curse and said with a livid face. Hearing this, Chung Chumo hurriedly focused all of his attention, gathered all of his strength, and charged at Li Zishuan with an indomitable will. Li Zishuan's movements were still the same, but Chung Chumo seemed to be enlightened this time. After he got up from the ground, he shouted, "I'll remember it. I'll remember it. I didn't forget it this time." The way he smiled made him look like a 200-pound child. "Oh, you remember it? Then tell me, what movements did I use just now? How did I neutralize your attacks?" Li Zishuan glanced at the idiot and asked in annoyance. Chapter 8:45. The dusty Chung Chumo seemed to have felt Li Zishuan's anger. He patted the dust off his body, and for a rare moment, his face became serious. Then he seriously thought for a long time and said, "I attacked a total of 5 times, but Xiaoxian, you used the same moves and even the same strength to dissolve my attacks." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. I used the same moves and the same strength." After getting the affirmation, Chung Chumo gained a little more confidence and continued to say, "But Xiaoxian, you used the same moves, but the results were different every time. The first time, you only dissolved the strength of my fist and made me spin in a circle. The second time, I felt my whole body sink into a pile of mud, and I couldn't move even if I wanted to. Then, you gently flicked me, and I fell to the ground. The next few times, I fell in a different way, and each time I fell harder than the last. Damn, Xiaoxian, don't you know how to be merciful?" Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and thought, "If I were merciful, you wouldn't have learned anything." However, he was quite satisfied with Chung Chumo's conclusion. Even a blockhead could be enlightened. "Then, did you learn anything from our few exchanges?" Li Zishuan pursed his lips and asked faintly. "Learn?" Chung Chumo's eyes first showed a trace of confusion. Then he fell into deep thought and stood still on the ground. Li Zishuan saw this and didn't disturb him. An iron egg stood quietly by the side and waited. After about 15 minutes, Chung Chumo finally returned to normal. His eyes were blazing. At least Li Zishuan and Iron Egg had known him for so long, but they had never seen him with such eyes. Chung Chumo walked quickly to Li Zishuan and asked excitedly, "I understood. Xiaoxian, you were teaching me how to use my strength. Am I right? This kid is worth teaching." Li Zishuan heard this and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! You guessed right. I didn't expect you to be enlightened. In fact, if you only talk about strength, there are very few people who can beat you in the same realm. But although you are full of strength, there is no strength in your body. It's like writing. You have to use ink evenly, the thickness is appropriate, and the density is fine. Only then can you become a master. If you don't know how to use strength, even if you have the best ink and paper, the words you write will only be like a dog's scratch. Ugly bull, do you understand?" The number of times Chung Chumo was serious today was more than in the previous month. Maybe it was because Chung Yaojin had pushed him too far. After listening to Li Zishuan's philosophical words, he pondered for a moment. After a while, he nodded and said, "Xiaoxian, I understand. In fact, you borrowed my strength to hit me. I was wondering why you didn't use any Shinchi at all." Li Zishuan praised, "Yes, Chumo, your eyesight has improved a lot today." Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, borrowing strength to fight strength, and Taoism emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. Chumo, your brute strength is the yang of Tai Chi. What you lack now is the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, what you lack is the knack of using your strength. After you understand this, go and learn Tai Chi. I believe you will definitely gain a lot. Chung Chumo had been with Li Zishuan for so long, but he had never received such praise before. He couldn't help but grin. Hee hee. I also think that my brain is working very well today. Since you said so, Xiaoxian, I will go back and learn Tai Chi from Uncle Qin now. Yes. Go. I have taught you everything that needs to be taught. As long as you put your heart into it, it will not be difficult for you to break through. Li Zishuan nodded. Chung Chumo saluted Li Zishuan, then nodded to Iron Egg and turned to leave. Master. Iron Egg's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Li Zishuan smiled and said, You boy, what's wrong? Are you moved? Do you want to break through as soon as possible? Iron Egg nodded embarrassedly and said, Yes, yes. In fact, Li Zishuan was extremely unqualified as a master. When Iron Egg lived in the Li Mansion in Chang and City, Li Zishuan often arranged some training tasks for him. Although it was very tiring, at least there was someone to guide him. However, after Yanhuang College opened, Iron Egg began to live on campus. Li Zishuan's guidance for him became less and less. He could only continue to train as before. Therefore, until now, he was still at the peak of the Qi channeling realm and had not entered the body refining realm. As Li Zishuan's disciple, he felt ashamed of himself. Ha, you brat. I did not rush you like Lu Guogong did. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Zishuan laughed and scolded. To be honest, he wasn't worried about Tai Dan Er's cultivation base at all. He felt that it was best to let nature take its course. This was the same for him. He had never deliberately tried to raise his cultivation base from the beginning to the end. Master, Iron Egg did not want to embarrass you. Iron Egg lowered his head and said, I have never cared about other people's opinions. Cultivation, let nature take its course. Everyone's life is only a few decades. As long as you are happy, everything will be fine. Speaking of this, Li Zishuan suddenly felt a little emotional in his heart. Iron Egg was silent. After a while, he said, Master, Iron Egg does not understand what you said. Iron Egg just wants to become stronger. When Master is in danger, Iron Egg can also help. Li Zishuan felt warm in his heart. As a master, he had never intended to let his disciple protect him. However, when he heard Iron Egg's words, his heart was still touched. Since Iron Egg is so determined, then Master will also give you some advice. Thank you, Master. Iron Egg immediately thanked him happily. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, Iron Egg, you are different from Chung Chumo. Chumo has a good family background and has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Not only did he take medicinal baths, but he was also personally trained and polished by Lu Guogong. His foundation is naturally deeper than yours. Tai Chi is yin and yang. Chung Chumo only lacks yin and not yang. However, you lack both yin and yang. If you want to break through and practice Tai Chi as soon as possible, in addition to continuing to strengthen your training, you have to follow the methods I just told Chung Chumo and learn to use strength. Only in this way can you go further on the path of Tai Chi. Iron Egg nodded seriously and said, Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Iron Egg will remember them. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Okay, go back and continue to learn Tai Chi. Yes, Master, Iron Egg responded and turned to leave. Chapter 846. Come out. You've been peeping for so long. Haven't you seen enough? After Iron Egg left, Li Zishuan didn't leave immediately. He put his hands behind his back and said calmly to the air, Silence, complete silence. It seemed like Li Zixuan heard wrongly. After 3 breaths, Li Zixuan still didn't leave and stood rooted to the ground. Ha ha, the Marquis of Yong, and is so alert. I've only been here for a short while, and you've already noticed me. Admirable, admirable. A person suddenly jumped down from the tree behind Li Zixuan. Who else could it be but the bearded man? Huh, Senior, are you also like this when you're a guest at Duke Wei's house? Li Zixuan turned around and sneered at the bearded man. The bearded man was speechless. He was a pirate, but he wasn't a thief. How could he do this kind of sneaky and shady business often? Humph. From what I know, Senior came to the academy early in the morning, right? Li Zixuan exposed the bearded man's lie mercilessly. Actually, when he was teaching Taiji Fist in the morning, he felt a little uncomfortable, as if someone was peeping on him. In the modern world, people often joked that if looks could kill, someone would definitely die a horrible death. In this life, at this moment, Li Zixuan truly experienced the power of looks. Cough, 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 cough. The bearded man was instantly embarrassed after his lie was exposed. However, his face didn't even turn red. It was mainly because his face was dark, and it wasn't easy to see that he was red. I saw that the Marquis of Yong and's fist technique was quite magical and was excited to see it. That's why I couldn't help but take a few more glances. The bearded man explained awkwardly. Ha ha. Then, Senior, have you heard of the saying Tao is not passed down to the wrong person, and Tao is not passed down to the wrong person? No matter how exquisite this Marquis Taiji Fist is, it's not very good for Senior to secretly learn it like this, right? Li Zixuan didn't give up. He was very angry about the sudden intrusion of the bearded man. Yanhuang College was his blood, sweat, and tears. He wouldn't allow people with strong martial arts to treat this place as their own backyard, coming and going as they pleased. This, Marquis Yong, and you've already taught the Taiji Fist to so many people. Regardless of the era, secretly learning from others was despised by the people of Jianghu. The bearded man wasn't willing to be labeled with such a label. Thus, he glared and defended himself. Humph. This marquis only imparted it to people from Yanhuang College. Have I ever said that I would impart it to outsiders? Li Zixuan sneered. The bearded man's expression froze, and he was instantly speechless. Taking without permission was stealing, and he was learning without permission. It was no different from stealing. Hee, you can't say it like that. I'm here today to tell you that I've decided to become a guard of Yanhuang College. In that case, I can't be considered an outsider, right? Suddenly, the bearded man's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile. Li Zixuan's expression didn't change, but he was shocked in his heart. He never thought that the curly-bearded guest would actually sacrifice a year of his freedom for a mere sea map. Was it really worth it? Senior, have you really thought it through? Li Zixuan stared at the bearded man and asked in a deep voice. Of course, I always mean what I say. The bearded man replied with a look of certainty. In fact, Li Zixuan was mistaken. The reason why the bearded man agreed to such a harsh request, other than the sea map, was that he saw hope for a breakthrough from Yanhuang College, Taiji Fist, and Li Zixuan. He had been stuck in the half-step Grandmaster realm for several years. To some extent, the bearded man's situation was very similar to Chung Chumo's. They were both people who had strength, but couldn't use it in the right place. The theory of Taiji Yin and Yang that Li Zixuan had just told Chung Chumo made the bearded man, who didn't have any hope of breaking through, suddenly see a tiny bit of hope. Therefore, he agreed to join Yanhuang College with Li Zixuan. Although becoming a guard didn't sound good, in order to break through, it was all worth it. It wasn't an exaggeration because ordinary people would never be able to understand the desire of a top master to break through, especially now that there was only one grandmaster left in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. The bearded man was eager to find a sense of existence. Senior, don't you think that being a guard in the college is a bit of an insult to your identity? Lisa Schwann asked faintly. Huh, insult? That's not necessarily true, right? If it was in the past, the bearded man would definitely feel that being a guard in Yanhuang College would weaken his prestige. However, after a few days of contact, he realized that Yanhuang College was really a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ordinary people wouldn't think that a small mountain like Yinshan would have a Grandmaster Peak, a Grandmaster Middle Stage, whose combat strength was close to that of a Grandmaster Peak, and 30 to 40 experts in the Qi transformation realm. This strength could be regarded as the strength of a superior sect in the martial arts world. But don't forget that Yinshan wasn't a sect in the martial arts world. It was a place for academics, which was the most deceptive. 2 days ago, when the bearded man was beaten to the ground, he had cursed in his heart, say, "Why are you hiding so many experts in a place for teaching?" It made him fail to show off, and instead he was attacked, calling Li Zixuan a fraud. Rest assured, Marquis Yong, and since I've agreed to be a guard in Yanhuang College, I'll definitely do my best. In the future, if anyone dares to cause trouble in Yinshan, I'll teach them a lesson. The bearded man was a little worried that Li Zixuan wouldn't agree, so he quickly expressed his stance solemnly. In the eyes of many people, it was embarrassing for him to be a guard in Yanhuang College. However, the bearded man was thinking that if he, a half-step grandmaster, wanted to be a guard in Yanhuang College and was rejected, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? All right, since Senior insists, then I welcome you on behalf of Yanhuang College. Senior, you can call me Yamacho like everyone else in the future. Li Zixuan thought about it seriously and realized that this matter was beneficial to him. So he smiled and said to the bearded man, "Ha ha, then Yamacho, you can just call me Zhang San in the future. In terms of strength, you and I should be on the same level." Zhang Zhongjian's surname was Zhang Xingsan, and his red beard was like a dragon. Hence, he was known as the bearded man. Zhang San was a name that very few people would call him. In the martial arts world, strength had always been important, not age. Li Zixuan was already a middle-stage grandmaster at a young age, so he was completely worthy of being on the same level as the bearded man. No, I'll call you Mr. Zhang San. In the future, other than being a guard in the college, I hope you can also be a martial arts instructor in the college. If there are any martial arts enthusiasts in the college who want to learn from you, I hope you can teach them. Chapter 847. With a different standpoint, one's attitude towards things would be different. When the bearded man barged into the Yinshan courtyard and wanted to kill Li Zixuan's entire family, Li Zixuan felt that this bearded man deserved to die. At that time, he had indeed intended to do so. Even if he didn't kill the bearded man, he would at least cripple him. In the end, Li Jing and Hong Fianu came, so he had no choice but to stop. However, he still hated the bearded man. Yesterday, the bearded man came to Li Zixuan and asked for the sea map. He changed his arrogant and despotic attitude, causing Li Zixuan's attitude towards him to change slightly. Today, the bearded man took the initiative to ask to be the Academy's guard. From now on, the Academy had a half-step great grandmaster expert. This made Li Zixuan's mood very good, and he felt that this guy wasn't that annoying. Ha ha, good. Yamacho, don't worry, I'm not that kind of petty person. Seeing that Li Zixuan's attitude towards him had started to become better, the bearded man was in a good mood and said with a smile, Li Zixuan nodded, and then brought the bearded man to Guanghua Building while chatting. They mainly talked about the bearded man's experiences on the sea. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had a lot of yearning for life on the sea after watching One Piece's anime. Now that he could listen to China's earliest pirate talk about life on the sea, it felt pretty good. The addition of a powerful bearded guard on Cloud Mountain caused quite a stir among the students. This was because many people had seen this bearded man before. He was the one who had been beaten up by Li Zixuan a few days ago and had come to Cloud Mountain to cause trouble. It was said that this bearded man had now become a guard of Cloud Mountain and was also a martial arts instructor. Thus, many students came to watch out of admiration. The next day, Mr. Zhang-san, are you really the Feng Chun 3 heroes? And, of course, it's the real deal. Mr. Zhang-san, how is your relationship with Duke Wei? Medicine Master and I are sworn brothers. What do you think? Mr. Zhang-san, are your martial arts very powerful? Hee, it's all right. Then what's your ranking in Jianghu? Well, no matter what, he should be in the top 5, right? Wow, that's amazing. But why were you beaten up by Yamacho that day? Mr. Zhang-san, did you enjoy being beaten up by the Yamacho that day? The bearded guest originally felt that it was quite interesting to chat with these young students. However, he didn't know which brat had to mention which pot didn't boil, and purposely dug a hole for him to jump into, causing him to fall into an incomparably awkward situation. Are you still feeling good? King awesome. He really wanted to grab that naughty student and beat him up while asking, can't you King have a good chat? Sai, forget it. I'm a great man who doesn't mind petty people. I won't argue with a brat like you. It's time to go to the cafeteria. Speaking of which, the food at Yanhuang College was really good. In comparison, what he had eaten at Apothecary's house 2 days ago was simply like eating chaff. Hey, third brother, wait. Let's gather around the table for lunch. Let's have a good gathering. Pang Feiji suddenly rushed out from behind and shouted towards the bearded guest. Speaking of which, it hasn't even been a day, and Pang Feiji actually called him third brother. He was really shameless because at this age, the bearded guest was almost old enough to be his father. Ha ha! Good. Tell the brothers to come over. Today, I'll treat. Order whatever you want to eat. The bearded guest laughed heartily. He was a pirate leader. Of course, he didn't lack money. Moreover, the food in the Yanhuang College cafeteria was not expensive at all. It was much cheaper than outside. Even if 40 or 50 people ate together, it wouldn't cost much. Okay, Pang Feiji. Thank you, third brother. Pang Feiji laughed. It wasn't that he liked to kneel down and lick someone's boots, but it was mainly because the bearded guest's strength was worthy of his respect. Moreover, he wanted the bearded guest to give him some pointers on martial arts. After all, Pang Feiji, had never seen a half-step grandmaster in his life. Now, not only did he see one, he even had the chance to work with him. If he didn't seize the opportunity to build a good relationship with the bearded guest, wouldn't there be something wrong with his brain? Compared to Pang Feiji and the bearded guest's leisure, Li Zixuan was extremely busy these 2 days. Currently, his main task was to conduct a teaching test for all the teachers in Yanhuang College. Of course, the first one to be tested was Wang Ji. Because of this old man had made a bet with Yen Silu, saying that if he could pass Li Zixuan's test with full marks within a month, Yen Silu would treat him to wine for a month. At that time, Yen Silu didn't want to accept the bet, but Wang Ji purposely set a trap for him. Yen Silu made up his mind and accepted the bet. Not only Yen Silu, but Li Zixuan was also dragged down by Wang Ji. According to the bet, if Wang Ji passed the test with full marks, Li Zixuan would give Wang Ji a bucket of Drunken Immortal and 5 strings of cash every month as his monthly salary. Hey, I don't know how this old fellow's studies are going. Forget it. In order to maintain fairness and prevent old fellow Yen from gossiping, I have to do things by the book. I can't be sentimental. Yanhuang College, principal's office. Li Zishuan held a pencil and thought to himself. If you look closely, there was a small yellow thing at the tip of his pencil. If it wasn't an eraser, what else could it be? The workshop was doing rubber vulcanization experiments. Because of the ratio problem, the first experiment failed. However, Li Zishuan found a few large pieces of hard rubber in the waste rubber that they were going to throw away. It felt similar to the erasers used in his previous life, so he picked it up and used it as an eraser. According to historical records, in 1768, the French Mecca used rubber to make medical supplies and hoses. In 1770, the British chemist J. Priestley discovered that rubber could be used to erase pencil writing. At that time, the material used for this purpose was called rubber, and this term was still used. This was the world's first eraser. Li Zishuan was creating history every day. Needless to say, this thing can erase pencil writing very cleanly. This made it even more convenient to use a pencil. Li Zishuan had already asked the workshop to organize the production of pencils. With his head down, Li Zishuan seriously constructed a few sets of chemistry questions in his mind. Then, he picked some of the more difficult questions and quickly formed a test paper. I hope old fellow Wang can pass with full marks. Otherwise, wouldn't this month's hard work be in vain? Li Zishuan laughed in his heart. In this month, the most hardworking person in the academy was Wang Ji. This old fellow was also working hard in order to be able to drink alcohol every day. Every day, he was basically at two places, the dormitory and the cafeteria. It was very difficult to see him anywhere else. Of course, in this month, Li Zishuan was constantly harassed by Wang Ji. As long as he came to the academy, Wang Ji would come to him with a bunch of questions that he had prepared beforehand. The old man was so old, but he was so eager to learn. If it was in his previous life, he would definitely be on the news. However, everyone knew that this old fellow was working so hard because he wanted to drink alcohol in the future. Chapter 848. Mr. Wang, the duration of this exam is 1.5 hours, and the total score is 150 points. After 1.5 hours, regardless of whether you have finished answering the questions or not, I will collect the papers on time. The questions of this exam are difficult. After all, I wrote the questions for the teachers of Yanhuang College, not for the students. Naturally, the difficulty is higher. So, Mr. Wang, as long as you can score 135 points and above, you will pass. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan took the newly printed papers and called Wang Ji, Li Gang, and Yen Silu to the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building. When Wang Ji heard this, his face suddenly showed dissatisfaction. What do you mean by only 135 points? This old man means what he says. You must get full marks to pass. Yen Silu said, with some amusement, I say, Wang Wugong, don't try to be brave anymore. Don't embarrass yourself when the time comes. Wang Ji blew his beard and stared at him. Yen Konggue, don't look down on me. This old man came prepared today. It's just a full mark. It's not a problem. Just remember the bet. Don't go back on your words when the time comes. Yen Silu said, angrily, bullshit. Isn't it just a few taels of wine? This old man will go back on his words. This old man only hopes that you won't disgrace us old guys. Li Gang held his forehead and said, Okay, the two of you don't need to argue anymore. You're both people who have half a foot in the ground. Why don't you act like an elder? Let's take the exam first. Don't waste time. As for the exam rules, since Wugong is so confident, let's follow the previous rules. In the face of these two old men who fought each other when they met, Li Gang was quite helpless in his heart. However, he also knew that these two people's characters had been like this for decades. They couldn't change, even if they wanted to. He could only smooth things over in the middle. This is a great opportunity. If I win, I must win fair and square. I must make you, Yen Konggui, accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Wang Ji raised his chin and said proudly. He didn't know why, but when he thought about how Li Zishuan had told him that the questions this time were a little difficult, he felt a little guilty. But even if he lost, he still had to say what he had to say. Moreover, he had come prepared today. He, Wang Ji, had been known as a prodigy since he was young. He had devoted himself to studying a book for a month and felt that he had completely understood the first volume of chemistry. Perhaps this was the confidence of a prodigy. The Yamacho has good intentions, but you want to keep up appearances and suffer. You don't know how to appreciate the kindness of others. Fine. This way, this old man can save some money on wine, and the students of the academy won't be harmed by you, Wang Wugong. Yen Silu said snappily. However, his words sounded somewhat regretful for Wang Ji, because according to the previous bet, if Wang Ji could not obtain full marks, he had to take the initiative to leave the academy. All right, since these gentlemen have all said so, then let's follow the previous rules. The bell for the first class in the afternoon is about to ring, and then the exam will officially begin. Mr. Wang, you can prepare first. At this point, Li Zishuan couldn't say anything. He estimated the time and told Wang Ji. Wang Ji nodded. He didn't take his chemistry, textbook, and notes to cram. He just sat there leisurely and began to close his eyes to rest. Li Zishuan looked at Li Gang and said, Mr. Li, I plan to test all the teachers in the academy on the day after tomorrow. I want to test their mastery of their respective subjects. Other than the study of classics, I have roughly compiled the questions for the other 4 subjects. I'll have to trouble you and Mr. Yen to work on the classics together. It wasn't that he looked down on classics, but that he didn't know anything about it. Of course, he didn't have the qualifications to give questions to the teachers in the classics department. Li Gang nodded and said, That's not a problem. But Yamacho, can you lend me the papers for the other 4 subjects so that I can know the difficulty and scope of the questions this time? Yen Silu also echoed. Yes, since the classics department is part of Yanhuang College, it should have the same requirements as the other departments. Li Zishuan was already prepared. He took out a few rolls of rice paper from his sleeve and handed them to Li Gang. He said to the 2 of them, This exam for all the teachers in Yanhuang College must cover all the key knowledge points in the first volume of the textbooks of each department. And on this basis, try to connect the knowledge points in the books to reality as much as possible to increase the difficulty of the exam and test the ability of the teachers in the academy to deal with realistic problems. These are the questions for the other 4 subjects. You can take a look at them first. Li Gang and Yen Silu each took 2 test papers and looked at them carefully. Although they were both great Confucians, they weren't pedantic Confucians. They had dabbled in other fields of knowledge outside of Confucianism. This month, they also read the textbooks for the other 4 subjects. Although they weren't proficient in them, they could still understand them generally. What's more, Li Zishuan even had the answers at the back of the paper. Wang Ji, who was closing his eyes, heard the conversation between the 3 of them. He knew that Wang Ji and Yen Silu were holding the questions he was going to take in a while. His heart beat violently a few times. He wanted to move his head closer to take a look, but he held back. Li Zishuan, who was very observant, naturally noticed the slight change in Wang Ji's facial expression. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. This was really a stubborn and cute little old man. You two gentlemen can start to prepare for the exam when Mr. Wang is taking the exam. I have prepared a pen and paper for you, Li Zishuan said as he took out 2 sharpened pencils and handed them to Li Gang and Yen Silu. Li Gang took it and couldn't help but frown. He had seen Li Zishuan use this kind of pen before, but he didn't know how to use it. Li Zishuan saw this and demonstrated the use of the pencil and eraser. He then smiled and said, "In comparison, the pencil is lighter than the brush, and it can be modified at any time. Therefore, the Academy will try to promote the use of this kind of pen for the students in the future." Li Gang and Yen Silu personally tried it. Although they weren't used to using a pencil for the first time, the pencil was indeed lighter and easier to modify, as Li Zishuan said. "Well, if you can adapt to writing with a pencil, then it is indeed better than the brush." Li Gang praised. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the bell of the academy rang. Wang Ji immediately opened his eyes. Li Zishuan picked up the chemistry paper on the table and said, "Okay, the exam begins." After that, he handed the paper to Wang Ji, who was waiting for the exam. Chapter 849. The first question: put a certain amount of anhydrous alcohol and oxygen in a completely closed container and ignite them. The reaction produces carbon dioxide, water vapor, and an unknown substance X. The mass before and after the reaction is measured. Anhydrous alcohol is 6G and 0G. Oxygen is 8G and 0G. Carbon dioxide is 0G and 4G. Water is 0G and 4G. And substance X is 0G and mg. The value of m is underscore, 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 underscore. And the molecular formula of substance X is underscore, 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 underscore. Note: in order to facilitate future teaching, Li Zishuan unified the commonly used units at the beginning of the 4 textbooks. However, this is only the unification in writing. The unification in reality will depend on the joint efforts of Yanhuang College's teachers and students in the future. Although Wang Ji was prepared for the difficulty of the exam, the first question was such a practical application and calculation question. This surprised Wang Ji a little. Shouldn't they test the basic concepts first? However, this question mainly tested the law of conservation of mass in the chemical reaction process. He calculated a little and got the correct answer. At this time, he couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he also studied the new mathematics. Otherwise, how could he calculate so fast? The second question: on the 2 plates of the balance, put 2 glass cups A and B. The glass cups are filled with diluted sulfuric acid of different mass, but both contain 8G of sulfuric acid. It is known that glass A is heavier than glass B. Now, put the same mass of iron and zinc into glass A and B, respectively. After the reaction, the balance will be balanced. Before the reaction, the biggest mass difference between glass A and glass B before the reaction is underscore, 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 or underscore, 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 underscore. Note: balance has been around since ancient times. It was produced early. In the late spring and autumn period, the manufacturing technology of balance and weights was quite sophisticated. Bamboo sheets were used as beams, silk threads were used as buttons, and a copper plate was suspended at both ends. Later, because it was more troublesome to weigh heavy objects, it was changed to quan. Balance is only used when weighing small objects. Although Wang Ji had never seen sulfuric acid and zinc before, he still knew their chemical reactions by heart. However, why does this question seem to be more abnormal than the previous one? It should also use the new mathematics knowledge, right? Wang Ji's heart began to race. Fortunately, he had done some research on modern mathematics. Otherwise, no matter how familiar he was with the chemistry textbook, he would have to kneel before this test paper. However, although Wang Ji had done some research on the new mathematics, he was far from being proficient in it. After solving a problem, he was already sweating profusely. It was as if he had run 10 miles. After finishing the second question, Wang Ji couldn't help but raise his head and look at Li Zishuan with a bit of bitterness in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Do I have a grudge against you? It was just a question. Was there a need to make it so difficult?" He wasn't being pretentious, but strictly speaking, Li Zishuan's question was somewhat out of line. Moreover, all the questions were biased towards practical applications. It was very difficult to get good grades just by reading books. No matter how difficult it is, I have to give it my all. I can't lose this bet. Although he had only stayed in Yanhuang College for a month, Wang Ji felt that he had completely fallen in love with it. Not only did he like the environment, facilities, and delicious food, but he also liked the atmosphere of Yanhuang College. That positive, united, and progressive atmosphere. He didn't want to leave. The desire to live, this was also another kind of desire to live. The strong desire to live made Wang Ji's mind unprecedentedly clear. His thoughts also became active. Although most of the questions on the test paper were questions he had never seen before, he could always find a way to solve them. Just like that, he broke through all the obstacles. When there was still half an hour before the end of the exam, Wang Ji finally came to the last question. This was a question and answer question. A mixture of sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, calcium oxide, and sodium hydroxide is 2 grams. After dissolving in enough water and fully reacting, the calcium ions, carbonate ions, and bicarbonate ions in the solution are all converted into precipitate. After evaporating the water in the reaction vessel, the final result is 0 grams of a white solid. What is the mass of sodium carbonate in the original mixture? The aftereffect of surpassing all the obstacles and performing exceedingly well was a headache. At this moment, when he saw the last big question, Wang Ji felt that his head was about to explode. This was because many of the substances in this question could react with each other. In fact, for a person like Li Zishuan, who had received modern higher education, this problem was not difficult at all because it involved nothing more than a multi-step reaction and multi-substance cross-reaction. Calcium oxide reacts with water to form calcium hydroxide. Calcium hydroxide can react with sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate. As long as multiple chemical reaction formulas were combined into one and balanced to obtain a total chemical reaction formula, the whole problem would be solved without any difficulty. But for Wang Ji, who was a beginner in chemistry, he obviously didn't know this method. What should he do? He had to solve this question. After thinking for a long time, Wang Ji still couldn't think of a clever and simple way to solve this question. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and decided to use the stupidest way to solve this question, which was to use the method of equations. Isn't it just that there are a lot of unknowns? No problem. Solve it. I don't believe that I can't solve it by today. Wang Ji secretly made up his mind. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Was this a chemistry exam or a mathematics exam? In order to calculate, he used 3 pieces of draft paper. Fortunately, he used the pencil that Li Zishuan gave him. If he used a brush, Wang Ji felt that he didn't need to take the exam anymore. Just grinding the ink would be exhausting. Clang, clang, clang. Okay, time's up. Mr. Wang, please stop writing. At 4 in the afternoon, the gongs and drums of the academy sounded. Li Zishuan immediately stood up and said, "At this time, Wang Ji just finished writing the last word." He took a deep breath. He originally thought that 3 hours was more than enough, but now he didn't even have time to check and had to hand in the paper. Ha ha! Wang Wugong, how did you do? As soon as Wang Ji handed in the paper, Yen Silu immediately asked. It was hard to tell whether that tone was filled with schadenfreude or concern. I can't. I'll talk about other things in the future. This old man has a terrible headache now. I have to go back and have a good rest. Yamacho, Wenji, Kong Gue, this old man will take his leave first. Wang Ji frowned and scratched his head. He stood up and said with a painful expression, he had used too much of his brain for this exam. Mr. Wang, are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Li Zishuan asked with a worried expression. He didn't want to ruin a genius like Wang Ji because of an exam. No need. This old man just feels a little tired. I should be fine after a sleep. Wang Ji waved his hand. Chapter 850. Wang Ji overused his brain and had to go back to rest. Li Zishuan was worried that something would happen to him, so he quickly arranged for a guard to go to Wang Ji's dormitory to take care of him. He also ordered the guard to report if there was anything unusual. Seeing that it was still early, Li Zishuan, Li Gang, and Yen Silu worked together to review the test paper left by Wang Ji. The fill-in-the-blank questions and multiple-choice questions had a unique answer. There was nothing to dispute, so it was very fast. To Li Zishuan's surprise, Wang Ji actually did everything correctly. One must know that in this test, Li Zishuan specifically set a few trap questions. Even in modern times, 70 to 80% of students would fall into those traps, but Wang Ji actually ran around the trap and escaped. This was too inconceivable. Then it was the question and answer at the back. This part was different because the answers to the question and answer questions were generally more flexible, so this part was personally reviewed by Li Zishuan. Looking at the scribbled handwriting on the test paper, one could probably imagine that Wang Ji's heart was a little nervous at that time. These were not very important. The important thing was that basically Wang Ji used his own method to solve every big question. Although the answers given by Li Zishuan were different, the process and the final result were all correct. This meant that Wang Ji had completely understood the first volume of chemistry and had his own unique understanding of it. When Li Zishuan saw the dense process of solving the last question, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What is this? I gave the chemistry question. How did this old guy solve it as a math question? There were so many unknowns. Just looking at it gave me a headache. Also, wasn't this old guy busy reading chemistry recently? How did he even solve the linear equation of multiple variables? He really knows how to play. He didn't know that during the exam, Wang Ji was still complaining about why he changed the chemistry question to the mathematics question. The most important thing was that Wang Ji solved it correctly. What else could he say? It could only be said that a prodigy was indeed a prodigy. He was really outstanding. What is this old guy's brain made of? How is it that you can still learn things so quickly at such an old age? After marking the last question, Li Zishuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Yamacho, what do you think? How did Wang Wugong do with the last 4 questions? Are there any mistakes? Seeing Li Zishuan put down the pen, Yen Silu hurriedly asked. Li Zishuan came back to his senses. Instead of answering, he asked, Mr. Yen, are you hoping that Mr. Wang will make a mistake? Or is there no mistake? Yen Silu wanted to say something, but he immediately shut his mouth. When Li Zishuan saw this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. These 2 little old men clearly belonged to the love-hate type. Although they usually bickered with each other, if there really came a day when one of them had to leave, the other would definitely not have the heart or be reluctant to part with him. All right, Yamacho, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me how you did on the exam. Li Gang chimed in from the side. Li Zishuan nodded, put away the smile on his face, and said solemnly, "Both of you have just seen that Mr. Wang did not make any mistakes in the first 4 questions. Just now, I carefully reviewed the last 4 questions and found that although Mr. Wang's solution was different from the answers I gave, his way of solving the questions was completely correct, and there were no problems with the final answers. Therefore, I think that Mr. Wang should get full marks in this exam. Both of you can take a closer look. If you have any objections, you can raise them now." After saying that, he handed the second half of Wang Ji's exam paper to Li Gang. Li Gang quickly waved his hand and said, "No need. This old man is not proficient in chemistry. Besides, with Yamacho's character, this old man believes that you would not do such a dishonorable thing. Since you said that Wang Wugong did not make any mistakes, then he should get full marks. This old man has no objections." Li Zishuan smiled and looked at Yen Silu. The latter pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, "This old man also has no objections. Let's give Wang Wugong full marks." Listening to his tone towards the end, it suddenly became a little lighter. Since both of you have no objections, then Mr. Wang has passed this exam. From now on, Mr. Wang will be promoted from the acting head of the chemistry group to the head of the chemistry group. His monthly salary will be a bucket of immortal drunken wine and 5 strings of cash. Li Zishuan turned around and wrote 150 on the exam paper, then laughed loudly. "Sigh, Wang Wugong is lucky, but this old man will have to spend a lot of money to buy wine." Yen Silu sighed and walked out with his hands behind his back. But why did his tone sound like he was relieved of a burden? "Mr. Li, I'll have to trouble you and Mr. Yen with the questions for the study of classics section. It's best if you can finish it before sunset tomorrow, because all the teachers will be taking the exam the day after tomorrow." After Yen Silu left, Li Zishuan said to Li Gang, "And don't worry, I will not delay your work." Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled faintly. "Young master, Xiao Bing already knows how to read the map. He has gathered a group of close friends and is planning to go to Hedong Road together." The next day, in the morning, Faubert brought the young man who came to Li Zishuan's house to Li Zishuan's courtyard and said excitedly, "En, you are a fast learner. Xiao Bing, are these the helpers you found?" Li Zishuan sighed with emotion, then looked at the few youths behind Fu Bin and asked. Fu Bin quickly replied, "Yes, young master. This is Biaozi. He is good at martial arts. These 2 are his subordinates. Biaozi has some connections in Hedong Road. With his help, I should be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Nice to meet you, Marquis." After Fu Bin finished his introduction, the 3 men behind him quickly stepped forward and bowed to Li Zishuan respectfully. Biaozi? Li Zishuan remembered. In this life, his memory was very good. He remembered a few months ago when he asked San Bao to find some hooligans to deal with Cui Shanyu and the other 8 Imperial College professors. The leader of the hooligans that San Bao found was called Brother Biaozi. Although he was not sure if it was the same person, this person in front of him looked ferocious. Even if he was not the Brother Biaozi that San Bao hired, there was an 80% chance that he had a similar identity. And since Xiao Bing had chosen all of you to go with him, it means that Xiao Bing trusts all of you. All of you must do your best to help him. Of course, all of you will be rewarded, Li Zishuan calmly said to Biaozi and the rest. "We understand. Marquis, don't worry. Everyone in Chang, and knows that I, Biaozi, am the most loyal to my friends. The most trustworthy? We will do our best to help Bin. Chapter 8:51. Xiaobing, when you get there, don't take the initiative to make trouble. You are going there to do things, not to make trouble. If I find out that you are using my name to make trouble, I will not let you off easily. In the study, Li Zishuan said to Fu Bin and Biaozi sternly, since ancient times, people are not afraid of godlike opponents, but they are afraid of pig-like teammates. It is not uncommon for a superior to be tricked by arrogant and despotic subordinates. Moreover, Li Zishuan still knew nothing about Biaozi and his subordinates. He still had to teach them a lesson. Fu Bin and Biaozi were shocked. Fu Bin solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Young master, don't worry. I will not take the initiative to make trouble and trouble you." Biaozi then cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, don't worry. When we go to Hedong, my brothers and I will listen to Abin's orders and will not make trouble." Li Zishuan nodded. "Well, that's good. But not making trouble does not mean that you are afraid of trouble. If someone takes the initiative to make trouble, you don't have to swallow your anger. Just act according to the situation." "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Marquis." The two of them cupped their hands and thanked him. Li Zishuan then asked someone to give Fu Bin 500 strings of cash for travel and expenses when they arrived at the place. The few of them then bowed and bid farewell. According to the original plan, they would depart for Hedong Road tomorrow. Oh, how long have I been sleeping? Yanhuang College Teacher's Dormitory. Accompanied by a painful groan, Wang Ji sat up from the bed and rubbed his forehead. He looked at the sky outside the window and muttered to himself in a daze, "Mr. Wang, you are awake. Are you hungry now? I will go to the cafeteria to bring you something to eat." Hearing the movement in the room, a young guard outside the room hurriedly pushed open the door and came in, saying in a hurry. Wang Ji took a closer look and roughly recognized that the person in front of him was from Yanhuang College. So he asked, "How long have I been sleeping? What time is it now?" The guard replied, "Mr. Wang, you've been asleep for more than a day. It's now 9:15 in the morning. If you didn't wake up, Yamacho would have gone to call the imperial physician." Wang Ji was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm old. I'm old." His body couldn't take it anymore. An exam actually made this old man sleep for an entire day. My body is getting more and more useless. The guard hurriedly said, "Mr. Wang is now the pillar of the academy. Your examination yesterday shocked the entire academy. How can you say that you're useless?" "Exam? Oh, that's right. How did I do yesterday? Are the results out yet?" Only then did Wang Ji remember the soul-stirring exam yesterday. He patted his head, looked up, and asked nervously. Although he should be able to guess that the results of yesterday's exam weren't bad from what the guard had just said, it was only reassuring to hear such things with his own ears. The guard smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, you scored full marks in yesterday's exam. Now, all the teachers in the academy are envious of you." "Ha ha, is that so?" After Wang Ji heard that, he actually laughed foolishly. The heavens had taken pity on him. He had studied tirelessly for the past month, and he had finally gained something. He had won this bet, and he had won beautifully. He had won impeccably by everyone. Growl, growl. At this moment, Wang Ji's stomach suddenly let out an untimely growl. The guard stood up straight and said, "Mr. Wang, you haven't eaten anything for a day. I'll go to the cafeteria to get you some food." Wang Ji was in a great mood at this moment when he suddenly heard the good news. The old man rubbed his stomach, got out of bed, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha! No need, no need. Someone will naturally bring good wine and dishes to entertain this old man at noon. This old man has to save his stomach to eat his good wine and delicacies. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me during this period. This old man is fine now. You can go and do your work." If Yen Silu heard this shameless words, he would definitely vomit blood. No one would have thought that this old man would do such a shameless thing just to eat a little more of Yen Silu's wine and dishes. The guard obviously did not expect this situation. He could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and quickly left. "Mr. Wang." "Oh, no, it should be Group Leader Wang." "Congratulations. I heard that the questions set by Yamacho this time were extremely difficult. I didn't expect you to score full marks and win first place. That's really admirable." Although it could not be ruled out that other teachers would also score full marks, Wang Ji's score was still the first. There was nothing wrong with that. It was not inappropriate to say that he scored full marks in advance. Returning to Guanghua Building from the dormitory, Wang Ji could not avoid meeting some teachers from the academy. Naturally, he heard some compliments and congratulatory words. "Haha, I was just lucky. Group Leader Wang, this is your ability. How can you say that it's luck? You're too modest." "Oh, really? Maybe." Wang Ji subconsciously wanted to say something more modest, but when he thought about how he was able to answer all the super abnormal questions on the test paper yesterday, all of which proved that his strength was indeed outstanding, he pinched his beard and said with a smug face. The person opposite him suddenly looked confused. Damn it, old Wang did not play by the rules at all. How could he answer this question? "Group Leader Wang. Group Leader Wang, are you feeling better? Group Leader Wang, you were really amazing yesterday." In the office of the chemistry department of Yanhuang College, a group of teachers who were urgently reviewing and preparing for tomorrow's exam saw Wang Ji come in. They quickly got up and greeted him enthusiastically. In the past, Wang Ji was only the acting group leader of the chemistry department of the academy. In yesterday's exam, Wang Ji passed with full marks. Not only did he keep his identity as a teacher of Yanhuang College, but he also removed the word acting group leader from his position. This meant that all the teachers in this office would have to listen to Wang Ji's orders in the future. Of course, they had to be polite when their leader came. Some of them couldn't help but have their own plans. They really wanted to ask Wang Ji what the exam questions were yesterday so that they could prepare in advance. However, Wang Ji rarely spoke to them in the past, and their friendship wasn't at that level. It was really difficult for them to ask such a question. "Ha, we are all preparing for tomorrow's exam. Prepare well. The only information that the old madam can leak to you is that tomorrow's exam questions are not simple. You have to be based on the textbook, but not limited to the textbook. I hope that you can all get good results tomorrow. Don't embarrass our chemistry department." Chapter 852. Although Wang Ji really wanted the teachers of the chemistry department to shine in the academy's examination, he couldn't do something like leaking the examination questions. When the teachers in the office heard what Wang Ji said, they couldn't help but frown. Since ancient times, there has always been competition in places with people. Yanhuang College was the same. In tomorrow's exam, if the teachers from the chemistry department scored lower than the other departments, wouldn't that mean that their chemistry department was the weakest? Or rather, their chemistry department's teachers were the weakest? How could that be? Although these people didn't have to be like Wang Ji, who didn't get full marks, they still felt a bit of pressure in their hearts when they thought of the teachers from the other departments. "Don't worry, Leader Wang. We will do our best." The teachers cupped their hands and quickly returned to their seats to continue reading. Wang Ji smiled, then turned around and walked out of the door, heading towards Yen Sila's office. "Oh, Wang Wugong, you're finally awake." Yen Silu, who was compiling the study of classics test paper, put down his pen when he saw Wang Ji enter. He looked at Wang Ji at the door and said, "Hey, what's wrong? Looks like you really want to treat this old man to a drink." Wang Ji walked in and sat across from Yen Silu without any hesitation. He said with a smile on his face. Yen Silu's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Now the whole academy is talking about how you, Wang Wugong, passed the examination with full marks. Can't you be more reserved and set a good example for the other teachers in the academy?" Wang Ji did not care at all and chuckled as he said, "Ha, eating and drinking is a matter of course. How did this old man become a bad example? Could it be that you, Yen Silu, want to go back on your words?" "Bullshit. Do you think this old man will go back on his words?" "Hey, is that so? That's great. This old man is hungry now. Kong, Gue, let's go to your house for a drink." "Wait, it's not even noon yet. Why are you in such a hurry? This old man won't go back on his words. Hey, it's almost time. Let's go. I've been sleeping for the whole day. I'm starving. Brother Kong Gue, let's go." "But what's there to but? Even if Yamacho saw it, they would understand. Let's go." Phew, using softness to conquer strength, borrowing strength to fight strength. Every move and stance of the Taiji fist, the main technique of exerting force, is actually all in these two sentences. On the sports field, the students were still practicing Taiji fist. Compared to 2 days ago, most of the students were getting better at it. Even though it was break time, Chung Chumo was still standing at the back of the team, gesturing to himself. Speaking of which, if it was the old Chung Chumo, there was a 200% chance that he would not be so diligent. Study hard, train hard. These words had nothing to do with him. However, ever since Li Zishuan personally tutored him that day, this fellow seemed to have fallen into a trance. Li Tai, Li Chungqian, Qin Huayu, and the others could see Chung Chumo gesturing with his arms all the time, every day. It looked somewhat similar to Taiji fist. When they saw Chung Chumo like this, they often could not help but tease him. However, the strange thing was that Chung Chumo actually allowed them to tease him. He did not even talk back. It looked like he had really changed. At this moment, seeing that Chung Chumo had fallen into a trance again and was still mumbling something, Li Tai, who was not far away, could not help but twitch his mouth. He could not understand why this guy was suddenly obsessed with Taiji fist, although Li Zishuan's Taiji fist was indeed very good that day. After so many days, the little fatty felt that he had been deceived. This was because the Taiji fist they were practicing looked completely different from the fist technique that Li Zishuan had practiced that day. They were all Taiji fist. Li Zishuan had practiced it smoothly and elegantly that day. But what about these students? Each and every one of them was weak and listless. Li Tai even wanted to give up on learning Taiji fist now. There were many students who had the same thoughts as him. However, no matter how others looked at Taiji fist, there were 2 students who had always placed Taiji fist in the most important position and practiced it crazily. These 2 people were Chung Chumo and Tai Ta. It moved. It actually moved. The movements of Taiji fist had long been engraved in Chung Chumo's heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt the fluctuation of the genuine qi in his body. The acupoints in his body, which had been calm for many years, suddenly produced a change. Chung Chumo finally could not help but cry out loudly. Then, ignoring the surprised looks of the surrounding students, he directly sat cross-legged on the grass and began to meditate. What is Brother Chonyo doing? Why does it seem like he is about to break through? Yuchi Baolin, who was also a martial artist, scratched his head and said uncertainly. Hearing this, Li Tai was shocked. He looked at Chung Chumo, who was sitting cross-legged, and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. His attitude toward Taiji Fist had changed greatly because he knew in his heart that Chung Chumo had broken through because of Taiji Fist. Oh, Mumsy, help me take care of him. At this moment, Iron Egg, who was standing slightly in front, suddenly sat cross-legged. His actions were exactly the same as Chung Chumo's. Iron Egg, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Wang Meng was a little confused and asked, Don't make a sound. Iron Egg and Chonyo are breaking through. Qin Xiong, who was resting outside the field, noticed the commotion and whispered to Wang Meng. Wang Meng was shocked and hurriedly covered his mouth. Because of Bruiser and Chung Chumo's sudden breakthroughs, the class break, which was supposed to be only 15 minutes long, lasted for half an hour before it ended. Ha! I finally broke through. Ha! Now I don't have to worry about getting beaten up. After about half an hour, Chung Chumo opened his eyes and laughed heartily. He had an epiphany while practicing Taiji Fist and broke through to the Qi transformation realm in one fell swoop, finally escaping Chung Yaojin's pursuit. At the same time, Iron Egg, who was not far away, also opened his eyes. The sudden epiphany allowed him to directly break through from the Qi Gatherer realm to the Body Refinement realm. One had to know that he had only been practicing martial arts for half a year. It was not easy for him to make such progress. Not bad, not bad. Little Xian's Taiji Fist is indeed unique. Qin Xiong, who had been greatly benefited by Taiji Fist, sighed with emotion after seeing this. Tai Chi, this is truly a miraculous fist technique. Not far away, the elusive bearded guest also noticed the commotion. He narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice. Chapter 8:53. Master, there's good news. In the Chung residence, as soon as Chung Yaojin returned home, housekeeper Liang welcomed him with a face full of joy. What good news could there be? Look at how happy you are, old Liang. Chung Yaojin looked at housekeeper Liang suspiciously and asked casually. Housekeeper Liang smiled and said, Master, there's news from the academy. Eldest young master broke through to the Qi transformation realm this morning. As the housekeeper of Chung Yaojin, old Liang was clearly very familiar with the Jianghu martial artists' realms. Chung Yaojin was in the middle of taking off the crown on his head. This thing was quite hot to wear, but he had to wear it during morning court. At this moment, when he suddenly heard this, his hands that were taking off the crown froze. His eyes were as big as copper bells. That brat broke through to the next realm. Old Liang, your news is correct, right? Chung Yaojin asked in disbelief. As his father, how could he not know Chung Chumo's character? He was usually the idle type. If you asked him to practice martial arts seriously, it was as if you wanted to kill him. If you were not careful, this brat would run away again. That was why Chung Chumo had been stuck in the body refining realm for 3 to 4 years without any progress. This was actually nothing much. The second generation of the rich, in Chang, and were all like this. Most of them were not even as good as Chung Chumo. However, the problem occurred this spring. A shockingly talented Xiao Ning suddenly came to Chang, and not only was he at the peak of the Qi transformation realm at such a young age, he even broke through to the Grandmaster realm within 3 months. He was catching up to the older generation of warlords. What was even more unacceptable was that this young man actually broke through to the next realm after 3 months. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. With such an outstanding role model, Chung Chumo was immediately dissatisfied with his son and even gave him an ultimatum. This was also one of the reasons why Ching Chumo had been working so hard to break through recently. Master, it can't be wrong. Ever since eldest young master went to Yanhuang College, I've been paying attention to the news there. This news was just sent back by the people below. It can't be wrong. Old Liang's wrinkled face was smiling. Now that Ching Chumo had broken through and escaped Chung Chumo's pursuit, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had watched Chung Chumo grow up. Ha 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 ha. Chung Yaojin wiped his mouth and suddenly laughed like a lunatic. His voice was loud, and the birds in the Chung residence's courtyard were frightened by his laughter and scattered in all directions. You just came back. What's wrong with you? If the neighbors heard this, they would think that the great Duke of Lu had gone mad. Madame Chung, who was resting in the backyard, came out at this moment and said angrily to Yao Jin Chung, "Cough, cough." The smug Chung Yao Jin immediately shut his mouth. He rubbed his nose and looked embarrassed. Madam, good news. Our Cho Ox has broken through today. Ha ha. This brat still needs someone to keep an eye on him. How long has it been since he entered Yanhuang College? It hasn't even been a month, right? Then he became a Qi transformation expert. Ha ha. Madame Chung rolled her eyes and said, breakthrough? Breakthrough? All you think about is letting Cho Ox break through. Don't you see how tanned your son is? Isn't it good to study in the academy? Why must he participate in some military training? Yao Jin Chung waved his hand and said, Hey, madam, you can't say that. If I, Chung Yao Jin's son, were to be spoiled like a woman, then how would I, old Chung, go out and meet people? Little Xian did a good job with this military training. Next year, send Chu Liang too. It's good that the two brothers can take care of each other. You dare? Madame Chung immediately glared and said angrily, It's fine if you torture Chu Mo all day, but now you want to torture Chu Liang too? I don't agree. Yao Jincheng said angrily, Humph, what does a girl like you know? What future can Chu Liang have by staying at home all day? A loving mother will spoil her son. Hey, hey, hey. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Let me go. Let me in quickly. This is not the forbidden area of the imperial city. Who are you to stop me? I'm your Yamacho-esque grandaunt. Open the door quickly. In the afternoon, a beautiful woman in a red dress came to the entrance of Yanhuang College. She wanted to enter the college, but the guards at the entrance did not allow her to. Then, the woman immediately scolded. Hearing her tone and looking at her appearance, who else could it be but Hong Funu? How dare you? How dare you insult the Yamacho? Seeing that you're a woman, I'll let you go this time. I advise you to leave quickly, or I'll take you to Chong. And to see the officials. Coincidentally, the guard guarding the gate today was not there when Li Zishuan fought with the bearded man. Naturally, he did not see Li Jing, Hong Funu, and the others who came last. So, when he saw that the woman in red dared to call herself Li Zishuan's grandaunt, how could he sit by and do nothing? If he did not see that Hong Funu was a woman, he would have drawn his sword. Humph! I'll stand here and not move. Why don't you try to catch me? Hong Funu raised her chin and snorted. You. Fine. Then I'll do as you wish and send you to the officials. The guard was furious and was about to attack when suddenly a shout came from inside. Mo Fong, stop! Then he saw Mo Zhong rushing over. The guard turned his head and said, Senior brother, this woman spoke rudely to the Yamacho. I was about to... Okay, I got it. Mo Zhong waved his hand and looked at Hong Funu. He cupped his hands and said, My junior brother has never seen you before. I hope you won't take offense if he offends you. Then he turned around and said to the guard, Mo Feng, this is a senior of the Yamacho. If you come to the college in the future, you're not allowed to be rude. Now, apologize to Senior Hong Funu. During the last battle, Mo Zhong was at the scene. Of course, he recognized Hong Funu. Senior brother, she's really… Mo Feng was a little dumbfounded, but he felt that he did not do anything wrong. It was hard for him to apologize. Okay, it's not brother Mo Feng's fault. Mo Zhong, you two go do what you need to do. She's here to look for me. How could the powerful bearded guest, who was also one of the guards of Yanhuang College, not detect such a commotion in front of the gate? At this moment, he strode to the front of the academy and spoke in a deep voice. Okay, then I'll have to trouble third brother here. Mo Zhong knew about the relationship between the bearded guest and Hong Funu. When he saw this, he cupped his hands at the bearded guest and retreated far away with Mo Feng. Third brother? Big brother. How can they call you third brother? Seeing the bearded guest come out, Hong Funu, who was overjoyed, could not help but exclaim. Chapter 8:54. Ahem. Chuchin, why are you here? In front of Yanhuang College's main gate, hearing Hong Funu ask about the origin of his third brother, the bearded man was a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and changed the topic. Humph, big brother, you still have the nerve to ask me why I'm here? Last night, Brother Jing and I waited for you for a long time, but you didn't come back. This morning, Brother Jing didn't even go to morning court and brought people to look for you. I thought that you might come to Yanhuang College again, so I came to look for you. Big brother, what are you doing here? Are you unhappy at home? Is that why you came here? Hong Funu was angry when she heard the bearded man's question. In the face of this bombardment, the bearded man regretted purposely changing the topic. Hong Funu's questions were obviously more difficult to answer than before. No, I'm not unhappy. The medicine master, you and I have reunited after a long time. We're happy. Chuchin, I'll be staying at Yanhuang College from now on. I have some things to do here. If you and the medicine master want to catch up with Big Brother, you can come to the college directly to look for him. If there's nothing important on a normal day, you can go about your own business. The bearded man didn't want Hong Funu to know that he was a guard at the college, so he could only speak vaguely. But how could Hong Funu be so easily fooled? What? Big brother, you want to stay at the college? Why? Is it because Li Zishuan is not willing to give you the C-map and is using it to blackmail you? The quick-witted Hong Funu hit the nail on the head. Her guess was very close to the correct answer. Obviously, when the bearded man was at their house, he had already told them about the C-map. The bearded man was obviously stunned. After thinking about it, he denied it. Of course not. Although Big Brother needs the C-map, he will definitely not be blackmailed by others. Think about it, Chuchin. Who in the world can blackmail your big brother? Hong Funu felt that it was reasonable. She was very confident in the bearded man's personal strength. Generally speaking, as long as he wasn't surrounded by a regular army, there weren't many people in the world who could threaten him. Then, Big Brother, why are you staying here? Hong Funu stroked the beautiful hair on her forehead and asked. After delaying for so long, the bearded man had already thought of an excuse. He pretended to be mysterious and said in a low voice, Chuchin, this Yanhuang College has something that can improve Big Brother's martial arts. So Big Brother must stay here. Don't ask about the specifics. Be careful of others hearing it. Understand? Hong Funu, who had been obsessed with the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality, this year heard the bearded man's words and subconsciously thought that the Yanhuan Academy had elixirs similar to the True Soul Elixir and the Heavenly Fate Elixir in the mortal that could improve one's skills. She immediately narrowed her eyes and looked at the bearded man with a everyone knows look. Big brother, you don't have to say any more. I already know. I just didn't expect that such a desolate place like Cloud Mountain would produce such immortal elixirs. Li Zishuan's methods are indeed extraordinary. The curly-bearded guest was dumbfounded when he heard this. What spiritual pills? Where did this come from? However, since Hong Fianu could fill in the gaps in his words, he was naturally happy to see it. Yes, yes. Chuchin, since you understand this, you should go back first. By the way, tell Medicine Master not to look for Big Brother anymore. He should focus on his future. The current emperor is a rare wise emperor. Let him assist him well. The bearded man put on the attitude of an elder brother and said earnestly, Okay, then I'll go. Big brother, take care. Brother Jing, and I will come to see you often. Hong Fianu hesitated for a moment and was about to leave. Yes, you and Medicine Master also take care. October 19th, Yanhuang College calendar, Friday, cloudy weather. Today was a good day, at least for the students of Yanhuang College, because almost all the teachers in the college had to take the exam or be invigilators. They really didn't have any teachers to control them. Although there were still instructors by their side, compared to before, there were no Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others patrolling the field. The pressure on their bodies was suddenly reduced by a lot. Hey, after today, I'll be officially free from the sea of suffering. This military training has really tortured me, Sun Zifan said as he lay on the grass and let out a long breath. Ha ha, in your dreams. I heard from the Yamacho that on the last day of the military training, all the classes will be put together to test their results. But today, the teachers of the college have to take the exam. I guess this test results will have to be postponed to next Monday. Li Tai mercilessly poured a bucket of cold water on Sun Zifan's head. The latter's heart instantly turned cold. Damn, do you have to be so ruthless? Putting aside whether this was ruthless or not, the teachers of Yanhuang College were all complaining that Li Zishuan's questions were so ruthless. This exam involved the 5 major departments of Yanhuang College, with a total of more than 70 teachers. Even the leaders of the departments, such as Ma Zhou, Su Hongji, Mo Huai, and Xiao Dian, personally participated in the exam. Wang Ji, the leader of the chemistry department, had finished the exam the day before yesterday. Before the exam, almost every department's leader had mobilized their teachers. Although Li Zishuan didn't say what kind of punishment would be given to the students who did the worst in the exam, no one was willing to be the worst. Moreover, during the recent military training of Yanhuang College, these teachers had more or less seen the students sweating profusely on the field. Many of them were affected by it. Just think about it. The students were already working so hard. So how could they, as teachers, be willing to degrade and be the last in the class? They had to fight for the first place. However, when the exam papers were handed out, they realized how perverted the questions were this time. They finally understood why Wang Ji slept for an entire day after taking the exam the day before yesterday. It was because these questions were too difficult. Physics, chemistry, and geography. These 3 subjects' exam papers were more or less mixed with some new mathematics knowledge. If you only looked at the textbooks of this subject and didn't look at the mathematics, you would definitely not be able to get a high score. Then, did that mean that the teachers of the science department had the most advantage? Of course not. The questions of the mathematics department were some more tricky mathematics questions. They were more realistic, but naturally more troublesome to solve. Then, Did the classics have an advantage? Obviously not. This time, the classics questions were different from the usual questions. They combined the classics with life. Many of the questions, if you didn't look at them carefully a few times, you wouldn't be able to grasp the meaning they were trying to express. Therefore, the teachers of the 5 departments fell into the big hole dug by Li Zixuan this time. Whoever could climb out of the hole would be the winner. Chapter 8:55. Many people might subconsciously think that it was impossible to finish a course in a month. This was because when they were in school, they spent an entire semester to finish every course. How could they possibly finish a course in a month? However, don't forget that when they were in school, they had to study more than one course in a semester. Usually, there were at least 3 or 4 courses, and at most 7 or 8 courses. What about the teachers in Yanhuang College? They only needed to study 1 course. Oh, that wasn't entirely correct. This was because the teachers in the other departments, in addition to studying the teaching materials of the subject, also had to roughly learn about the new mathematics. This was originally stipulated by Li Zixuan. However, even so, their learning tasks were far less than the modern students. Therefore, from this perspective, it wasn't impossible to finish a course in a month. Moreover, the teachers in the academy were all working hard this month. Under such a dense learning atmosphere, basically all of the teachers were able to grasp at least 70 to 80% of the knowledge of the subject. With more than 70 teachers, one classroom definitely couldn't fit all of them. This time, the examination was divided into 2 examination halls. Li Zixuan was personally invigilating the examination hall in the first examination hall. As for the second examination hall, it was jointly invigilated by Li Gang, Yan Silu, and Wang Ji. The current Li Zixuan's mental strength was no longer the same as it was in the past. Even the slightest movement around him couldn't escape his perception. Therefore, even if he was the only invigilator in the entire examination hall, he wasn't worried that others would be able to cheat under his watch. Tang, if those 2 eyes of yours continue to wander around, it'll be like 2 rotating Earths. Before you make a big mistake, quickly pull back from the precipice. Sima Fu, do your own test properly. Don't have any evil thoughts. If you have evil thoughts now, how are you going to educate your students in the future? Sun Zhongwen, what's wrong with your neck? Do you want me to call the imperial physician to treat it for you? Eyes in 6 directions, ears in 8 directions. He was referring to Li Zixuan's current state. Those who rolled their eyes, raised their heads, and craned their necks were all called out by Li Zixuan. It was not that these people were cheating, but they were just a little bit restless. Li Zixuan's purpose was to nip these restless people in the bud. After all, it wasn't easy to recruit a teacher. He couldn't let them go down the wrong path and ruin the reputation of the teaching team. However, it was inevitable that some people would be wrongly accused. When the middle-aged teacher named Sun Zhongwen heard Li Zixuan calling his name, he immediately became anxious. Yamacho, my neck was stiff when I slept last night. If you don't believe me, you can come and take a look. I really didn't have any evil thoughts. Li Zixuan saw the way this guy was talking to him with his head tilted, and he couldn't help but find it funny. Yes, I know. I've wronged you. You can continue answering the questions. Oh, Sun Zhongwen answered in a muffled voice, and then lowered his head laboriously. Although there was such a small episode, none of the teachers dared to let their guard down. They were conquered by Li Zixuan's keen eyesight. Under this 360-degree omnidirectional and tight surveillance, anyone who wanted to plagiarize would be courting death. A few people who wanted to take the crooked path immediately put away their little schemes and began to do the test questions seriously. Li Zixuan was secretly pleased. In his previous life, he was the flower bud of the motherland. Being invigilated by the teachers was a common occurrence. In this life, he was the one invigilating the teachers. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. In the other examination room, although the three old men were not as observant as Li Zixuan, they had the advantage of numbers, so there were no signs of cheating. At 9:45 a.m., the gongs and drums of the academy rang, and the examination rooms on both sides collected the papers at the same time. No matter if they had finished the exam or not, the papers in their hands were all collected. Phew, the exam is finally over. Brother Ma, how did you do? I heard that the classics exam was set by old Mr. Li and Mr. Yen. I don't think it was very difficult, right? Su Hongji put away his pencil. The academy had already started to use pencils everywhere. Stood up and asked Ma Zhou with a smile. Ma Zhou shook his head. There was no joy or sadness on his face. He only said faintly, "Hee hee, I thought so too, but after finishing the exam, I became uncertain. The exam this time was not easy. Brother Su, how did you do? You are a grandmaster in mathematics, so you should have done well." Su Hongji smiled bitterly and said, "With my little knowledge, how could I dare to call myself a grandmaster in mathematics? Yamacho is the real grandmaster in mathematics. In my opinion, all the exams this time were difficult. After all, we are going to be teaching students in the future. Yamacho also has high hopes for the students in the academy, so he has to be strict with us. Immediately organize all the teachers to mark the exam papers. First, paste the names of all the exam papers. Then, cross-mark the exam papers between the different departments. Then, let the team leaders of each department conduct a review. Finally, if there are any problems, let me do the final review." In the academy's conference room, Li Zixuan pointed to the stack of exam papers on the table and said to Yen Silu beside him, "Okay, I understand. I will arrange it now." Yen Silu nodded and was about to assign tasks to the teachers of each department. "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Mr. Yen, wait a moment." Li Zixuan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped Yen Silu. He added, "Immediately inform all the students that there will be no rest on Saturday and Sunday this week. There will be a military training exercise next Monday. After the exercise, there will be a 3-day break, and classes will officially start after that. The class with the last performance will be responsible for cleaning the academy for a month." Yen Silu was stunned. "Yamacho, you mean there will be no rest this week? If the students know about this, won't they make a fuss?" Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, "It's just a temporary break, not a permanent break. I want to see who dares to make a fuss. Mr. Yen, you just have to arrange for someone to inform the students. Don't worry about the rest." Yen Silu could only nod in agreement. In fact, according to the original plan, Li Zixuan originally planned to hold the military training exercise this Friday. However, many unexpected things happened this week. He had too many things to do, so he could only postpone the military training exercise. If he really wanted to calculate, the students didn't lose out. They even had an extra day of break. "Yamacho, is this exercise really that necessary?" Wang Ji was a straightforward person and didn't know how to hide anything. He felt that Li Zixuan was doing some meaningless face engineering, so he directly asked. He didn't care if his words would make Li Zixuan angry. Chapter 856. In the meeting room of Guanghua Building, hearing Wang Ji's accusation, Li Zixuan smiled meaningfully and said, "Of course it's necessary. The students have been training hard for a month. It's time to show us the results and let them see it for themselves. Military training is a learning experience, but it is also a test. I hope that they can bring the spirit of military training to their future studies. Li Gang couldn't help but nod. Well, I agree with Yamacho's point of view. A military training performance is equivalent to posting the students' exam results and letting them compare with each other. It's also good to leave a deep impression on them. You have to know that there are a lot of playboys in this batch of students. We have to let them remember this month's military training. Wang Ji was silent for a while before nodding in agreement. On the field, the students were practicing Tai Chi compared to a few days ago when they first came into contact with Taiji Fist. Most of them did not have much enthusiasm for it now. Ultimately, it was because after a few days of learning, they still could not perform the same artistic conception as when Li Zishuan performed Taiji Fist. They felt discouraged. However, there were still some people who were obsessed with learning Tai Chi. Most of these students were from the special training class. Yesterday, Chung Chumo and Iron Egg both broke through to the next realm. Although there was no direct evidence to prove that it was because of Tai Chi, humans always liked to daydream, especially those who liked to have dreams. What if I also broke through after practicing Tai Chi? Would I also have a chance to reach the level of a grandmaster in this life? Therefore, with this belief, the students in the special training class who had a foundation in Kung Fu were very serious when learning Tai Chi. However, they were wrong. Tai Chi wasn't that magical. It didn't mean that practicing Tai Chi would improve one's Kung Fu. Qin Qiong broke through to the next realm because of Tai Chi. That was because he happened to be recovering from his internal injuries. Coupled with his many years of Kung Fu comprehension, he broke through to the next realm. The reason why Chung Chumo and Iron Egg broke through to the next realm because of Taiji was, to a certain extent, a kind of accumulation. After a month of arduous military training, all the muscles in their bodies were fully trained, and their bodies were in a state of hunger. At this time, Li Zishuan happened to teach them the essence of Tai Chi step by step. The two of them crazily absorbed the nutrients and comprehended the Tao in Tai Chi. Only then did they break through the realm. It could be said that the three of them had broken through due to special reasons and special conditions. It wasn't just because he had practiced Taiji Fist. It was almost lunchtime. Unexpectedly, Yen Silu, the teaching director of the academy, came to the sports ground. Under his arrangement, the students of the academy gathered in the middle of the field. Yen Silu was now on the rostrum. He said in a deep voice, "I've just received a notice from Yamacho. All the teachers and students of the academy will not rest this weekend. The military training will continue as usual. The academy will hold a military training exercise next Monday. The class with the lowest grades will clean the academy for a month." Whoosh! When they heard that Yen Silu wouldn't have a weekend off, the students immediately exploded. "What? Are you kidding me? I already packed my things last night and was ready to go home today. Now you're telling me that we won't have a weekend off. How can this be? Yeah, why do they have to hold a military training exercise? They've already been trained. What's the point of putting on an exercise? Isn't this unnecessary?" Exactly. So what if it's a joint exercise? It's also taking up our rest time. This is unfair. I don't agree. After coming to Yanhuang College for so long, the students had already gotten used to the 2-day rest schedule every 5 days. Why were they able to persevere through the long and painful military training? Wasn't it because they could rest for 2 days after enduring 5 days of military training? It was precisely because there was hope in life that they persisted. Now, the students thought that the military training was about to end. Who knew that Yen Silu would come to them and tell them that there would be another 3 days of military training without rest in between. Most of them couldn't accept this. Therefore, as soon as Yen Silu finished speaking, there was immediately a wave of opposition from below. Yen Silu had already expected this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to announce this in person. He was afraid that the people below wouldn't be able to control the situation. Okay, everyone quiet down. Although there's no holiday this weekend, after the military training exercise next Monday, the college will have 3 days of holiday. If you have any objections, you can go directly to Yamacho. If you don't have any objections, continue to train seriously. Instructors of each class in the next 2 days take the students to practice military posture, formation, and formation. Monday's exercise will include all of these activities, including Taiji fist. Yen Silu cleared his throat and said loudly. Seeing that Yen Silu said that they would go to Yamacho if they didn't agree, the students below immediately fell silent. Who didn't know that Yanhuang College's Yamacho was a peerless, ferocious person who even dared to beat up the Feng Chun 3 heroes? Asking them to go to Li Zishuan to reason with him, wasn't that just asking for **T death? Moreover, although there was no holiday this weekend, after the exercise next Monday, they could take 3 days off. It seemed that it wasn't that hard to accept. Therefore, as soon as Yen Silu finished speaking, the students who were shouting suddenly quieted down. Seeing this, Yen Silu smiled satisfactorily and left the rostrum. Things were progressing more smoothly than he expected. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's fierce reputation was too widespread. Young master, in the afternoon, Faubert sent someone to deliver a big bag and a small bag. I don't know what's inside, but young mistress said to wait for you to come back before opening it. In the evening, Li Zishuan returned to the Yunshan residence and saw 2 bags on the stone table in front of the door. 1 big bag and 1 small bag. Xiao Shi went up and explained with a smile. Faubert sent something? Then it must be something good. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He walked to the stone table and quickly opened the bigger bag. He saw 8 beehive-shaped pillows of the same size. Hey, looks like the workshop's rubber technology has made some progress. Li Zishuan exclaimed in his heart. 2 days ago, Faubert sent news that the workshop's rubber research was not going well. It was estimated that the main problem was the ratio of sulfur. The rubber produced did not meet the requirements, so the things that Li Zishuan asked him to make would be made later. Li Zishuan did not blame him. He asked someone to pass a message to Faubert, asking him to take his time and not rush. He did not expect to make something today. Young master, what is this? Why does it look like a hornet's nest? Xiao Shi looked into the bag and asked curiously. Chapter 8:57. There's good stuff inside. With it, Xiao Shi, you can have beautiful dreams every day. In front of the Yunshan courtyard, Li Zishuan held a natural latex pillow and smiled at Xiao Shi. As for the benefits of natural latex pillows, Li Zishuan, who had experienced the bombardment of the information age, could give a lot of information. For example, anti-mites, anti-allergy, lowering blood pressure, strong elasticity, designed according to the principles of ergonomics, effectively promoting sleep, reducing snoring, suitable for asthma patients, and so on. Cough, cough, of course. It was all thanks to his classmate, who opened a latex pillow factory during his undergraduate studies. Under the influence of his classmate, he knew more about natural latex pillows. Humph! Young master is lying again. Xiao Shi, don't believe him. Xiao He, who ran out of the house, heard Li Zishuan and immediately pulled Xiao Shi and snorted. This girl had never been easy to fool. Li Zishuan didn't mind. He held the pillow with 1 hand and patted it with the other hand. After realizing that the elasticity was not bad, he smiled and said, "Hee hee. So, Xiaohe, you don't believe me?" Xiaohe pouted and said, "Of course I don't believe you. How can such a small thing make people have beautiful dreams every day? Young master, we're not 3 years old kids. How can we be fooled so easily?" Then, "Xiaoshi, do you believe me?" And "Xiaoshi believes young master." Xiaoshi thought for a while and nodded crisply. Having such a teammate, Xiaohe couldn't help but stomp her feet. Li Zishuan laughed. "If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't believe it, then it's not true. Here, this is a latex pillow. Xiaoshi, take it. Young master will give you one. Use this as a pillow at night, and I guarantee you a good dream. As for Xiaohe, there's no one. Ha ha. Thank you, young master. Young master, can you give one to Xiaohe too?" Xiaoshi happily took the pillow and hesitated for a moment before saying. Xiaohe used her hand to touch the pillow in Xiaoshi's hand. After feeling the amazing elasticity, she regretted what she said just now. When she heard Xiaoshi pleading for her, she quickly looked at Li Zishuan and used her eyes to express that she also wanted one. "Enough, husband. Don't tease her anymore." Han Yushi walked out of the house at this moment and scolded him. After marrying into the Li family for so long, she had already become quite familiar with the two girls. They were basically as close as sisters. "Ha, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Take one for yourself." Seeing Han Yushi's Yushi, Xiaohe Yushi, Xiaohe Yushi, Xiao, and Xiaohe Yushi, "Thank you, young master." Xiaohe was afraid that Li Zishuan would change his mind, so she quickly took out a pillow from her bag and walked into the room with Xiaoshi. She must have brought the pillow into her room. "Husband, it's not like we don't have pillows at home. Why did you ask Falbert to go through so much trouble for this?" Han Yushi looked at the 6 pillows in the bag and said softly, "Hee hee, wife, this pillow is different from the pillows at home. It has many benefits for the body. You will know when the time comes. You, me, father, mother, and Lan will each have one. I will get someone to send the last one to Lord Taishan so that he can enjoy our workshop's newest product." Li Zishuan picked up the bag and passed it to Han Yushi. "Husband, you are so nice." "Thank you, husband." Although she wasn't sure if this latex pillow really had many benefits, the fact that Li Zishuan could think of Han Tianhu when he had something good meant that he really had her in his heart. This was enough to make Han Yushi very happy. Husband is so nice. Wife, shouldn't you repay husband well?" Li Zishuan whispered into Han Yushi's ear and laughed mischievously. "Husband, I just said a few words, and you are being naughty again. Didn't Falbert send 2 bags over? Quickly open the other one and see what's inside." Han Yushi pouted coquettishly, then looked at the other bag and said, "It should be a new toy, right? Let me open it and take a look." Li Zishuan had no choice but to stop joking. He went forward and opened the other bag. He saw a round ball inside. It was about the size of a modern soccer ball, but this ball was pure white. "Husband, what is this? Is this a ball to be kicked?" Seeing the ball in Li Zishuan's hand, Han Yushi's eyes lit up. She looked at Li Zishuan and said eagerly, Wife, how do you know this ball is to be kicked?" Li Zishuan asked with some surprise. He had watched a lot of ancient TV dramas in his previous life. He knew that in ancient times, Kuju had become popular among the noble class. However, in his impression, the Kuju used to kick in ancient times was mostly the kind of solid ball sewn with fur. It looked cumbersome, not to mention kicking it. He estimated that if he kicked it hard, his foot would hurt for a few days. After all, there were no professional sneakers in ancient times. But the ball in his hand now looked very different from the kuju in ancient TV dramas. However, Han Yushi actually saw the use of this ball at a glance. This made Li Zixuan surprised. Husband, I have seen Lu Haojian's family play with a ball similar to this a long time ago. I heard that the light hollow ball is sold at a high price in Chang and City. Ordinary rich people are reluctant to buy it. I don't know where Lu Haojian got it from. After listening to Li Zixuan's question, Han Yushi seriously recalled for a long time and answered, "Oh, so hollow balls have been sold in Chang and City for a long time?" Li Zixuan was very surprised. The wisdom of the ancient people had once again refreshed his understanding. He always thought that hollow balls were the patent of modern people. He didn't expect that the ancestors had already made them. The brainless ancient TV dramas in his previous life were really harmful. Han Yushi nodded and said, "Yes, husband, this concubine remembers that it was sold in the early years of Wuda. However, the quantity was relatively small. Only some of the truly high-ranking officials and aristocrats would buy it. Ordinary people could only play with those solid meatballs. Husband, can you lend me this ball to take a look?" Han Yushi's eyes were very bright as she looked at the ball. Li Zixuan's heart moved and asked, "Wife, did you also like to play football in the past?" Once the words came out, Han Yushi's cheeks instantly turned red. She bit her lips and said softly, "When I was young, I was naughty with Hongling and Xiang a few times. Husband, do you think I'm not gentle?" Li Zixuan laughed and said, "I wouldn't dare. My wife is naturally the most gentle and virtuous in my heart. It just so happens that my husband also likes to play football. Later on, let's have a football game in our residence. Ha ha." Chapter 858. During the Han Dynasty, kuju had already become popular. At that time, there were two kinds of balls that people kicked. One was simple to make and directly used hair or wool to entangle it. It was called Mao Wan. It was less durable and could not be kicked too far. The other kind was what Yan Shirgu of the Tang Dynasty said, using wei as the ball, using the material as the substance. Wei was soft leather that was sewn into a ball and stuffed with animal hair. This kind of solid ball easily reminded us of the plastic bag, wrapped ball that we used to kick when we were young. However, it was more advanced than Mao Wan. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, this kind of ball was commonly used in the Xuchang Imperial Palace. Sports historians believed that this kind of solid ball with a leather shell had appeared in the Shang Dynasty. At that time, the word Jew was changed and there was a Jew dance during the sacrificial ceremony. In the Tang Dynasty, the production of football had a qualitative improvement. It changed from a solid ball to a ball that could be inflated. There were many mentions in the poems of the Tang Dynasty. For example, Gui Shizhi in the Ri Xiupai poem said, 8 sharp pieces cut the waves into a ball in the fire and in the water needed. Zhong Wupa in Fuan Balloons said, follow the rules wholeheartedly. In the beginning, the square becomes round. Use fake hands to fill the seam. In the end, it will not overflow. Su Jian, who was highly valued during the Tang Xuanzong, also described in Records of Beginning Studies, today use the skin with the cell as the inner and with the breath closed, and then kick. Combining these materials, it could be seen that the football of the Tang Dynasty was more commonly called a ball than a Jew. The leather had to go through many processes, such as water kneading and fire roasting. When the ball was made, the leather was first cut into squares, and then the 8 pieces of leather were sewn together to form the outer shell. Of course, the outer shell would definitely not be as round as the football made with 32 pieces of leather today. The most important point was that the ball of the Tang Dynasty already had inner bladder which was the urine of animals. This should be the earliest inner bladder ball in the world. According to the World Sports History, the British invented the inflated ball in the 11th century, which was 300 to 400 years later than the Chinese. The ball of the Tang Dynasty had to be blown with the mouth. After that, the ball could be tied up and the outer shell sewn together. The elasticity of a balloon was definitely much better than a solid ball. It could be kicked higher and was more entertaining. Therefore, the great progress of this equipment led to a major change in the rules of the Tang Dynasty compared to the Han Dynasty. There was a folk game where several people kicked each other. It was called White Fight, surrounding and jumping, not making them fall to the ground. Missing a step is a shame. Not falling for a long time is a joy. There was also a pure competition to see who could kick the ball higher. It was called Could You? In Wang Wei's The Matter east of Hanshi City, there was a phrase, Could you flying birds, repeatedly. It was referring to this kind of game. After entering the Tang Dynasty, power-based players who could withstand falling and carrying were no longer popular. China's ancient football was locked into the technical style. Instead of the Han Dynasty having 6 goals per side, the two sides shared 1 goal. The low goal was changed to a high goal. The side that kicked the ball through the most holes in the net was the winner. The direct confrontation between the two sides became an indirect confrontation. Therefore, from the Tang Dynasty onwards, long-distance dribbling attacks no longer appeared. Players were more concerned about stopping the ball and shooting skills. Of course, Li Zishuan did not know about these situations, and he did not need to know. What he wanted to do was to bring modern football and its rules to the Tang Dynasty. Wouldn't it be great if the Celestial Empire could hold another World Cup every 4 years? Anyone who did not come was not giving the great Tang face. And if they did not give the great Tang face, husband, this ball is lighter and more flexible than the hollow ball sold in Cham. And how did Faubert and the others do it? Han Yushi took the ball from Li Zishuan's hands and tried it. She was surprised. Li Zishuan smiled naturally and said, "Ha! This is made by the workshop with the latest technology and materials. In the whole Great Tang, only our family can do it. Even if other people know the method, they can't do it. Ha ha." Han Yushi returned the ball to Li Zishuan and asked, "Husband, are you going to give this ball to the students?" As Li Zishuan's pillow, Han Yushi knew that her husband was not interested in making money now. Therefore, she guessed that this kind of light and flexible ball should be specially made by Li Zishuan for fun. Yes, that's right. If we don't give those little bastards some entertainment, they will always be so bored that they will cause trouble. Li Zishuan put away the football and walked into the house with Han Yushi as he replied. In fact, the football was not all prepared for the students. It was also prepared for himself. He also wanted to play football. In his previous life, he was a fake football fan. Because his body was weak, he could not take it after running for a while. Therefore, he was just a fan off the field. Usually, he only watched football games and rarely played in the field. Of course, he only watched football games of other countries. It was not that he was not patriotic, but it was his country's football. In this life, he was strong, rich, and in a high position. He wanted to develop football in the Great Tang and build a strong football country to make up for the regrets of his previous life. If he wanted to promote football, of course, he had to start from the academy. After all, more than half of the second generation of officials in Chang and gathered here. But husband, isn't the academy a place for students to study? Han Yushi asked, "Hey, I don't know if my wife has heard of combining work and rest, and I think that only students who know how to play will have good grades. If they don't even know how to play, how can they study? Ha ha, I'll add some patterns to this ball. My wife, go ahead. The next day, Saturday, the students who were supposed to be on holiday were still bitterly undergoing military training in school. It was worth mentioning that some parents saw that their children did not return home yesterday and were afraid that there would be an accident. Last night, they personally went to Yanhuang College to inquire about the situation. After knowing that the academy was on holiday, they left with peace of mind. Through word of mouth, more and more people knew that Yanhuang College was on holiday. The parents who had not yet gone to Yanhuang College to inquire about the situation also saved an extra trip. Sigh, boring. If it was in the past, I would still be lying in bed sleeping. The evil military training, the evil reassignment. During the break between classes, Sun Zifen lay on the grass on his back and sighed with a tired expression. It's boring, but there are only a few days left. After that, we can officially start classes. By then, it should be much more interesting. Li Tai rubbed his increasingly shriveled stomach and said in a muffled voice, the belly that he was proud of in the past was gone. Lan Ru, F***CK, I'm going to pee. It's time for military training again. Sun Zifen suddenly stood up from the grass like a carp rolling on the ground. Coincidentally, at this moment, a black and white ball-shaped object whizzed over and hit Sun Zifen in the face in the blink of an eye. Bam! The little funny guy just got up and fell down magnificently again. Chapter 859. F***CK. Which idiot kicked me in the face? Sun Zifen, who was lying on the ground, recovered from the sudden attack of the unidentified flying object. He opened his mouth and was about to curse, but when he opened his eyes, he immediately stopped the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. It's little sister Lan. Why are you here to play? That's right. What entered his eyes at this moment was a little girl in pink with bright eyes and white teeth. Who else could it be other than Lan? In the past, when Li Zixuan was teaching at the Imperial College, he would occasionally bring Lan to the Imperial College. In addition, the current Yanhuang College was very close to Li Zixuan's courtyard, so Lan would come here to play from time to time. Therefore, Sun Zifen knew that this little girl was Li Zixuan's biological sister. It was precisely because of this that he hurriedly stopped the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. Little brother, you know me? I'm sorry, Lan didn't do it on purpose. Are you okay? Sun Zifen knew Lan but Lan didn't know him. The little girl was first surprised, then quickly asked with an apologetic expression. No, I'm not. Hey, Lan, don't worry about him. This guy has rough skin and thick flesh. What can happen to him? Can you tell Brother Chinke where this ball came from? Sun Zifen was just about to politely say that he was fine when Li Tai, who was beside him, interrupted. This guy was still holding the ball that Lan had just kicked over. F***CK. Chinke, what do you mean? How do you know that I'm fine? Sun Zifen, who felt ignored, jumped up and said angrily. His head was still dizzy, and his eyes were still swollen. The ball just now hit his eye socket. If the perpetrator was someone else, he would definitely have punched and kicked him directly. Why would he be so polite? It was just that Sun Zi fan felt a little strange in his heart. Lan was just a little girl. How could she have so much strength to kick the ball so fast? What's wrong? Could it be that Lan kicked you and hurt you? Besides, do you look like you have something to do? Li Tai did not know the inside story. He rolled his eyes and retorted. Sun Zifen was at a loss for words. He wanted to say that he had something to do, but with Lan standing in front of him, how could he say that? Hey, Sister Lan, quickly tell Brother Chinke where you bought this ball? Does the Curious Interest Pavilion sell it? Li Tai glanced at Sun Zifen proudly before smiling at Lan Er. Li Tai took a liking to such a delicate, light, and bouncy ball at first glance. Although he was not very good at playing football, he loved to play football since he was young. Therefore, when the ball just flew over, his eyes basically did not move away. Of course not. Brother Chinke, give me back the ball. Lan Er snatched the ball over and said proudly, Sun Zifen, did Lan Er kick you just now? What do you think? Are you all right? At this moment, Li Zishuan walked over and asked Sun Zifen, who had one eye blue. Just now, he was playing football with Lan Er at the side of the field. It was the kind of simple kicking. He was careless and did not control his strength well, causing the ball to fly to Lan Er's side at a faster speed. Lan Er's foot just touched the ball, and before she could exert any strength, the huge rebound force caused the ball to fly out at an extremely fast speed. It just happened to hit Sun Zifen, who had just climbed up from the grass. Other people were shot while lying down, but he was still hit when he climbed up. It could only be said that when some people were unlucky, even drinking cold water would get stuck in their teeth. It's fine, it's fine. Yamacho, don't worry, it's fine. Sun Zifen saw that Li Zishuan had also come and hurriedly waved his hand. Li Tai could only put away the idea of fooling the little lowly at this moment. If Li Zishuan did not come, he was prepared to trick the ball from Lan Er's hand. Now, the original plan could only be ruined. Are you really all right? If there's something wrong, I can take you to see a doctor. Li Zishuan asked again to confirm. In the end, this matter was his fault. Although he was in a high position, he was not unreasonable and liked to receive special treatment. Sun Zifen's eyes lit up when he heard that he could be released for medical treatment. He was tempted, but after thinking about it, he still shook his head and said, Yamacho, don't worry, it's really fine. His injury was not serious. He did not want to make Li Zishuan feel that he was deceived because of the doctor's diagnosis. The loss outweighed the gain. Okay, since you're fine, then the two of you should focus on your military training. Don't embarrass me during next week's military training joint performance. Class 1 of Yanhuang College was personally taught by Li Zishuan. Although he was now the Yamacho of the entire academy and should logically treat all the students of the academy equally, he still had special feelings for Class 1 in his heart. Hey, I know, Yamacho, don't worry, we definitely won't embarrass you. Sun Zifen smiled, knowingly and hurriedly guaranteed when he felt the kindness in Li Zishuan's words towards Class 1. Li Zishuan smiled, took the football from Lan Er's hand, and was about to leave with the little girl. Hey, Yamacho, where can this ball be sold? I want to buy one too. Li Tai did not expect Li Zishuan to leave so quickly. He hurriedly shouted behind him, This thing is not sold outside for the time being. Chinke, if you want to play, wait until after school in the afternoon. Li Zishuan smiled. Hey, this is good stuff. I want to play with it after school. Chung Chumo appeared out of nowhere and said excitedly, Damn, Chonya, why are you everywhere? Lan Er, wait outside for Big Brother for a while. Big Brother is going in to do something. Li Zishuan brought Lan Er into Guanghua building, gave Lan Er some instructions, and then walked towards Yen Silu's office. Yo, Yamacho is here? Yen Silu, who was sitting in the office sorting out documents, hurriedly got up and said, Yes, Mr. Yen, have the test papers been graded? Li Zishuan nodded and walked into the office and asked, Hee, Yamacho, you came at the right time. The results of this exam have just been compiled. And you came. Here, this is the summary of the results of this exam. Yen Silu said as he handed over a piece of paper filled with forms. He learned this method of using forms to record information from Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took the form and began to read it seriously. With just a quick glance, he memorized the results of all the teachers in the academy. Yen Silu was wondering if Li Zishuan had finished reading in such a short time, but then he heard Li Zishuan say, "Yes, they're all not bad." Although the questions of this exam were difficult, there were still a lot of teachers who scored high. For example, Ma Zhou from the economics department scored 99 points. Su Hongji from the mathematics department scored 98 points. Mo Huai from the physics department scored 100 points. And Xiao Dian from the geography department scored 98 points. They were the highest scorers in their respective departments, which also showed how wise Li Zishuan was when he chose them to be the department leaders. Chapter 860. Other than the leaders of each department, the rest of the ordinary teachers also did well. There were 28 people who scored above 90 points, 65 people who scored above 80 points, and 5 teachers who scored above 70 points. Overall, the teachers of the academy did well in this exam. This shows that they have worked hard this month. Later, I'll have to trouble Mr. Yen to inform them that the results of this exam will be included in the year-end assessment. Teachers who scored below 80 points are not allowed to rest on weekends for the next month. Continue to recharge. Oh, no, continue to study the teaching materials of this subject. Li Zishuan said as he handed the report card to Yen Silu. Yen Silu was stunned. Included in the year-end assessment. This, Yamacho, you didn't tell them before. Li Zishuan smiled, faintly. Why should I tell them? Since I'm a teacher of Yanhuang College, I have to treat everything seriously. Whether it's included in the year-end assessment or not, I have to treat everyone equally. I can't take the exam, just for the sake of the exam. Yen Silu instantly understood Li Zishuan's intention. He couldn't help but praise. Wonderful! Wonderful! I didn't expect Yamacho to be able to use the human heart to treat people at such a young age. I'm impressed. Using the human heart to treat people, Old Man Yan's analogy is quite appropriate. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. Then he said, Mr. Yan, you flatter me. I'm just following my heart. I don't have such a profound plan. Since the exam is over, Mr. Yen, you can arrange for the departments to start preparing for the normal classes. I won't disturb you. I'll do it as soon as possible. Yen Silu replied. Li Zishuan nodded, then turned around and went out to find Lan in the evening. The bell rang to signal the end of the school day. In the principal's office, Li Zishuan habitually got up to pack his things and prepared to go home for dinner. There was a series of knocks on the door, followed by Cheng Chumo, Li Tai, Li Chengxian, and the others. Zhang Sun Chong, Fang Yiji, and Chu Yanfu were among them. Hey, Yamacho, didn't we agree to play football after school? Why are you running away? Who else but Cheng Chumo would dare to speak to Li Zishuan so rudely? However, this guy knew that he had to protect Li Zishuan's dignity as a Yamacho in front of others, so he didn't call him by his name. Instead, he called him Yamacho. Li Zishuan was speechless. He did say that they would play football after school, but he said that they would play football after dinner. These F***king bastards obviously didn't even eat before coming over to harass him. They were really so focused that they forgot to eat and sleep. They weren't this enthusiastic when they were studying. Run your ass. I'm going home for dinner. Why are you saying that I'm running away? Li Zishuan said, angrily. Cheng Chumo took 2 steps back and laughed. I'm just kidding, hee hee. Besides, we haven't eaten yet. Yamacho, are you not embarrassed to eat by yourself? Eating and drinking is a matter of course. Why would I be embarrassed? Li Zishuan said, lightly. Li Chengqian saw that Cheng Chumo was making things worse, so he took over the conversation and said, Xiaoxian, you can go back to eat first. As for that ball, I wonder if you can lend it to us to play with? This kid finally spoke like a human. Li Zishuan nodded and took out the black and white football from under the table. He handed it to Li Chengqian and said, You guys can go ahead and play. When I go down later, I'll ask Mo Zhong and the others to move the net to the sports field. I'll teach you guys how to play after I go home and eat. Li Chengqian took it, but Cheng Chumo said smugly, Hey, Yamacho, you're looking down on us. Take me for example. I've been playing since I was 6 years old. You actually said that you're going to teach us how to play. Huh? Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. He rolled his eyes and said, You won't say that when the time comes. Then he left the office. Hey, what do you mean? Yamacho, you have to be clear. Cheng Chumo asked with some dissatisfaction, but he didn't get any answer at all. Hey, what do you mean? Yamacho, you have to be clear. Clear my ass. If you want to play, then don't play. If you don't play, then we'll play. Damn it. Li Tai took the football from Li Chengqian's hands and said, angrily. After listening to Li Zishuan say damn it for so long, he finally had the chance to test it on someone else. It felt so good. Cheng Chumo was furious. F***CK. Chinke, why are you talking to Xiaoxian now? F***CK. Wait for me. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan had dinner in the courtyard and went to the sports field of the academy. Because it wasn't appropriate for him to do strenuous exercise after dinner, he didn't eat much at night. What? You're saying that a martial arts grandmaster can feel hungry? Isn't that nonsense? A martial arts grandmaster's legs were just a little awesome. He wasn't a god, so of course he would feel hungry. At this time, on the sports field, Cheng Chumo, Li Tai, and Li Chengqian were playing in full swing. However, Li Zishuan had never seen them play like this before. It wasn't even played like this in period dramas. The few of them kicked the ball in front of each other, and the side who received the ball had to pass it to the other side before it fell to the ground. It seemed that the purpose of this style of play was to kick the ball back and forth so that the ball would never fall to the ground. Actually, the scientific name of this style of play was white hit. Although this style of play lacked competitive spirit and looked boring, it still tested the ability of a player's legs. After all, to make the ball never fall to the ground, strength, angle, and timing of the kick were all indispensable. What surprised Li Zishuan was that Li Tai, this damn fat otaku, could actually walk a few rounds between Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. Looking at the way he played the ball, it looked like he had some form of play. It didn't match his previous fat otaku image at all. F***CK. Cheng Chumo, why are you using so much strength? Who the F***CK can catch this kind of ball? F***CK, this ball is yours. F***CK, Sun Ziffin, did you not eat dinner? You passed the ball like a girl. This ball is yours, F***CK. Li Zishuan was speechless. This little fatty kept saying F***CK and F***CK. Where did he learn this from? Why did he sound so similar to the young lady in Chin Xiang 630 in his previous life? This kid, in my opinion, other people shouldn't call him Wei Wang. They should call him Sister Wang in the future. Li Zishuan mischievously thought in his heart. Okay, stop. I'll teach you the real way to play football. Chapter 861. Yamacho is here. Li Zishuan's shout from the side of the field made this group of youths who were in the midst of kicking the ball instantly stop what they were doing. Yamacho, this ball is so easy to kick. Even the best ball workshop in Chang and can't make a ball with such good elasticity. Is this a new product from Chitsu Pavilion? Are you selling it? Li Tai lifted the ball with the tip of his foot. He moved closer to Li Zishuan and said with shining eyes, "Sell? You're thinking too much. This ball is not for sale at the moment." Currently, rubber was a non-renewable resource for Li Zishuan. He didn't want to waste it on football. At least, before he found a stable source of rubber, he wouldn't let the workshop mass produce footballs to sell. Why not? Even if this thing is rare, you can sell it at a higher price. If you don't want to make money, Yamacho, are you stupid? Li Tai said unwillingly when he heard this, because he and Li Chengqian owned shares in Chitsu Pavilion. Their monthly dividends were comparable to their previous year's income. Therefore, the little fatty was not short of money now. Are you itching for a beating now? Do you want me to help you loosen your muscles? Li Zishuan glared at the little fatty and said angrily, Yes, yes, yes. Qingke is itching for a beating. Yamacho, help him loosen his muscles. Cheng Chumo shouted. Cheng Chumo was already unhappy with Li Tai's your sister, but he couldn't scold back because Li Tai's sister was Changle. How could he scold her? Li Tai was furious. Damn. Cheng Chumo, you... Enough. I'm not here to listen to you bastards bicker. I'm here to teach you how to play football. Li Zishuan clapped his hands to signal the two of them to shut up. Then he said, No matter what you called this type of ball in the past, from now on, it only has one name, and that is football. Football, as the name suggests, is a ball that is kicked by the feet. Under normal circumstances, it is not allowed to be touched by the hands. At this point, Li Zishuan snatched the football from Li Tai's hands and stepped on it. The way you play football is completely different from the way you played it before. In the future, Yanhuang College would hold football matches from time to time. The goal of the match was to shoot the ball into the opponent's goal as much as possible. Every goal scored would earn 1 point. At the end of the match, the team with the most points would be the winner. If the score is the same within the legal time of the match, it would be decided according to the rules of the match. The winner could be decided by drawing lots, playing overtime, or shooting a 12-yard penalty shot. Li Zishuan saw the puzzled looks on the faces of the guys in front of him, so he turned around and pointed to the white net on the other side of the field. He said, There, that's the goal. Every side has its own goal. If you want to win the match, you must break through the encirclement and kick the ball into the opponent's goal. You understand? The goal was not technically difficult. The workshop made it in 1 day. Hey, this is interesting. Yamacho, is there a prize for winning or losing the match? Li Zishuan introduced this new way of playing football. Li Tai was enraptured. When he heard Li Tai, he laughed. Prize? Damn, does this little fatty want to bet on the ball or win the match himself? Why does it feel like it's the former? Li Zishuan looked at him indifferently and said, Since it's a match, of course there will be a prize if you win. I say, you brat, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? I'm talking to you about the rules of football. Hee. It's good that there's a prize. It's more exciting when there's a prize. Li Tai did not care about Li Zishuan's criticism and muttered to himself, Yamacho, how many people can each side have in this football match? Zhang Sun Chong had been in the academy for a long time, and he finally spoke to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan shifted his gaze to Zhang Sun Chong's face. Of course, he knew that this ordinary-looking young man in front of him was the son of the current prime minister, the old fox who would have power over the court in the future. He had always been wary of Zhang Sun Wuji. As for Cui Shanfu, who often bit him, he had never taken him to heart, because a dog that did not bark was the most threatening. He would bite you if you were caught off guard. That's a good question. In this football match, Each side can have a maximum of 11 players, including a goalkeeper who will stand in front of the goal to block the ball. In the football match, other than the goalkeeper who can use his hand to touch the ball in his own penalty area, every player on the field can only use their other body parts other than their hands to control the ball. Of course, it's another case for out-of-bounds balls. Other than that, once a player's hand touches the ball, it's considered a foul. Li Zixuan chuckled and answered, "What happens if it's a foul?" Chu Yanfu also asked. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "As for the definition of a foul, it's more complicated. I'll explain it to you in detail later during the match. Let's talk about the referee first. In every match, there must be at least one referee. The referee's role is to take corresponding action when a player commits a foul. Depending on the severity of the foul, the referee can show a yellow card or a red card to the player. If the academy receives a red card or accumulates 3 yellow cards, the player will be directly sent off the field. F***CK. So troublesome. Yamacho, let's play a game first. Let's talk about these rules while we play. There were too many rules." Chung Chumo's head was a little dizzy after listening to them. Finally, he couldn't help but shout. Li Zixuan glanced at this guy and thought that some things really had to be combined with reality to make people remember clearly, so he nodded and said, "Okay, then let's try to play a game first. If there's a foul, I'll blow the bamboo whistle directly, and then I'll tell you where the foul is." Okay. Let's play a game first," Sun Zifen shouted. He already had this idea, but he wasn't as brave as Chung Chumo and didn't say it directly. The others naturally didn't have any objections. Li Zixuan looked and said, "There are a total of 8 people here. You 4 can be a team. Divide into 2 teams and experience what football is like first." "Okay, I'll be in a team with Chung Chumo. I'll be in a team with Green Sparrow." In a moment, the 8 people were instantly divided into 2 teams. Chung Chumo, Sun Zifen, Yuchi Baolin, and Zhang Sun Chong were in one team. Li Tai, Li Chengqian, Li Ke, and Chu Yanfu were in the other team. This wasn't a regular game, and Li Zixuan didn't let them choose sides by tossing copper coins. Seeing that the 2 teams had chosen sides, Li Zixuan placed the ball in the center of the field, pointed at Chung Chumo, and said, "You'll kick off." "Hee, this is good. I'll do it. Chung Chumo excitedly came to the football as if he had won the lottery. He looked at the opposite goal, took a deep breath, gathered his internal strength, and kicked out like lightning. Go for me. Li Zixuan didn't even have time to react before the football rushed directly from the midfield to the opponent's goal. Oh, to be precise, it flew directly to the opponent's goalkeeper, Chu Yanfu. F***CK. Are you F***King acting in Kung Fu football? Chapter 862. Huff. Chung Chumo had just made an unexpected breakthrough 2 days ago, and he was feeling smug at the moment. His kick was really powerful, and he used up all the strength in his body. He wanted to see what kind of effect a kick with all his strength would have. The football whistled in the wind, and it even stirred up some leaves on the ground as it moved forward. It was like a tornado passing through. It was powerful and unstoppable. Oh, wow, that's awesome. Sun Zifen, who was in the same team as Chung Chumo, couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, he could even imagine the following situation in his mind. With Chung Chumo leading them, they would be invincible, give the opponent a 5-0 score, and finally win. At this moment, he was really glad that he had made a wise decision to team up with Chung Chumo, but Chu Yanfu, who was standing in front of the goal, was about to cry. "Damn it, I'm here to play football, not to play with my life. He wasn't stupid. He knew that if this ball hit him, he would definitely be seriously injured and would have to lie in bed for at least a few months. Dodge. Almost subconsciously, Chu Yanfu wanted to dodge this lightning-fast ball. But driven by Chung Chumo's immense inner strength, this lightning-fast ball arrived at a distance of 10 feet in front of the goal in the blink of an eye. How could Chu Yanfu have a chance to dodge? Bam! Just as Chu Yanfu was feeling a little desperate, a handsome young man suddenly flew in front of the goal. Yes, he did fly over. The young man swung his right foot in the air and kicked the slightly upper half of the football. With a bang, the football quickly bounced back, but it didn't hit the opponent's goalkeeper, Yuchi Baolin. Instead, it flew to a place outside the field where there was no one. Huff! Scared me to death. Chu Yanfu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. Only then did he have time to look at the young man who had blocked the ball for him. Who else could it be other than Li Ku? Among their team members, only Li Ku knew martial arts. Moreover, his martial arts attainment was higher than Chung Chumo's. Thank you, Han. Wang. Roar. Chu Yanfu stepped forward and was about to thank Li Ku when he heard an extremely miserable howl from the other side of the field. Everyone couldn't help but look over. They saw Chung Chumo lying on the grass with both hands hugging his butt and shouting, "Ow, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong." And behind him, Li Zishuan was fiercely kicking his butt. "I told you to use your inner strength. It was just for fun. Who the hell asked you to use your internal energy? F***CKU. What if someone gets hurt?" Li Zishuan cursed loudly as he fought. He did this for Chung Chumo's own good. That guy's kick, which contained internal energy, made the football rush to the other side of the goal at high speed. If Li Ku had not flown over to block at the crucial moment, according to the trajectory of the football, the ball should have hit Chu Yanfu's lower left abdomen. Although it was not fatal, it would have seriously injured Chu Yanfu. How could this be? Who was Chu Yanfu? He was the son of Chu Suiliang, the head of the secretariat. Chu Suiliang was good at calligraphy and had a very high reputation among the scholars. If his son was seriously injured because of playing football in the academy, the repercussions would be no small matter. Even if Chung Chumo was not afraid of anything, he would not want to get into such big trouble. At that time, Li Zishuan would also be blamed for negligence of duty. Moreover, it was Li Chengqian who had personally asked Chu Suiliang to help inscribe the plaque for Strange Interest Pavilion. At that time, Li Zishuan was still a nobody, although Chu Suiliang was willing to inscribe the plaque for him because of Li Chengqian's face. He still had to accept this favor. At this time, Li Zishuan had made a move at the crucial moment to save Chu Yanfu from danger. In order to prevent Chu Yanfu from holding a grudge against Chung Chumo, Li Zishuan had to make the first move. With a flying kick, he directly kicked the unprepared Chung Chumo to the ground. In order to help Chu Yanfu vent his anger, he put on a fierce look and kicked Chung Chumo's, but with all his strength. He was not worried about kicking Chung Chumo. After all, the butt was the most fleshy part of the human body. It was not easy to kick it. Otherwise, when you did something wrong when you were young, your parents would only spank you. That was the logic. Yes. Who told you to be dishonest? You used internal energy to play football. Damn you. You deserve to be spanked. Our sister king also ran over to join in the fun. It was rare to have a chance to kick Chung Chumo's, but for free. How could he let go of this opportunity? Sun Zifan looked hesitant. He also wanted to join in the fun, but Chung Chumo was his teammate. How could he have the nerve to do something like beating his teammate? In the distance, Chu Yanfu saw that Li Zishuan and Li Tai had personally helped him vent his anger. He did not feel that Cheng Chumo was deliberately targeting him and wanted to injure him seriously. That was because there was no enmity between him and Cheng Chumo. The two of them even had some friendship. Cheng Chumo had no reason to use underhanded means. Oh, it was underhanded means. He probably did not control his strength well for a moment. Quickly go and apologize to Chu Yanfu. If you can't ask for forgiveness, you can forget about playing football for the rest of your life. Li Zishuan kicked a few more times and said sternly to Cheng Chumo, after all, this guy had almost seriously injured him. If he did not give a decent punishment, it would be hard to convince the crowd. Ouch. Okay. Yamacho, stop kicking. I'll go and apologize. Cheng Chumo scrambled to his feet. When he was lying on the ground, he also understood the consequences of his hot-headed kick. If he had seriously injured Chu Yanfu, Cheng Chumo would definitely beat him to death when he went back. Moreover, with the label of harming a fellow disciple, he would not be able to stay in the academy in the future. Cheng Chumo limped to Chu Yanfu and said sincerely, Yanfu, I was wrong just now. I just broke through 2 days ago and was excited. I didn't control my strength when I kicked you. I swear, I didn't mean to target you. Before he could finish, Chu Yanfu waved his hand to stop him. I know you didn't mean to target me, Cho-Ox, and I didn't take it to heart. It's just a game. You don't have to take it to heart. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo grinned and said, Hee, Yanfu, you're straightforward. I'll recognize you as my brother. In the future, at the academy, recognize your head. I asked you to apologize, but you came to recognize me as your brother. Li Zishuan slapped the back of Cheng Chumo's head. Cheng Chumo cried out in pain and said, Yamacho, I've apologized. Yanfu has forgiven me. Chu Yanfu hurriedly said, Yamacho, please forgive Cho-Ox. I didn't blame him. Li Zishuan looked at the two of them, thought for a while, and said, From now on, in regular football matches, players are not allowed to use martial arts on the field. The academy will set up a football association in the future. Players who use martial arts on the field without permission will be banned for life in the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 863. After reprimanding Cheng Chumo, Li Zishuan guided the group of players for half an hour to familiarize them with the rules of football. During this period of time, no one dared to use their internal strength without permission. However, those who knew Kung Fu had an advantage over ordinary people in terms of reaction time and speed, even if they didn't use their internal strength. Fortunately, both sides had players who knew Kung Fu. Cheng Chumo's side had 2 players who knew Kung Fu. Li Chengqian's side only had 1 player, and that was Li Ku. Compared to Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, Li Ku was born in the royal family and had been practicing Kung Fu since he was a child. Naturally, the resources he had were incomparable to the other 2 players. In addition, Li Ku was gifted and talented in Kung Fu. His Kung Fu foundation and attainments were naturally more solid. Therefore, although their side had fewer players who knew Kung Fu, with Li Ku's outstanding individual ability, both sides were still evenly matched. In the end, they tied with a score of 2-2. The score of 2 in half an hour, and so many goals were scored mainly because each team only had 3 players who were fighting on the field. The field was so big that it was not easy to defend. Many times, a single player could go straight in and attack the enemy directly. That was why so many goals were scored. Beep! Li Zishuan blew his bamboo whistle and made a stop gesture. The 8 players on the field stopped what they were doing and gathered in front of Li Zishuan. Yamacho, this way of playing is 2F** king exciting. Let's play another game. It's not satisfying at all. Football was a very magical sport. In his previous life, it was known as the world's #1 sport. It was the most influential sport in the world of sports. Football is war, modern football coach. General Michaels's words, every man fantasizes about war from a young age. Football is the game with the highest degree of simulation of war. Moreover, it is a war between two armies, a war of cold weapons on the battlefield. That kind of grand narrative is very romantic and exciting for men, compared to the previous style of kicking around and not letting the ball fall to the ground. The current style of football was undoubtedly more addictive. After Chung Chumo finished playing football for half an hour, his adrenaline soared. He was already in a very excited state. He still felt like he wanted to continue, so he suggested to Li Zixuan. Yes, Yamacho, how long had it been? Why don't we play a little longer? Sun Zifan chimed in. He was having a good time, just now. Although the 2 goals on their side were scored by Chung Chumo, he had an assist, which was enough for him to be happy for a while. The rest of the people also looked at Li Zixuan eagerly. Their gazes spoke for themselves. Li Zixuan scanned the crowd and said, I didn't say I won't kick. Now, all of you are almost clear about the basic rules of football, but there are still too few of you to show the charm of football. Go and find some more people now. At least get 2 full teams. Then we'll play another game. If we can't get them together, then we'll have to play another game. Football was the perfect and concentrated embodiment of many elements, but the final measurement was extremely simple and clear. A real war was a direct confrontation of the comprehensive abilities of 2 countries, but all kinds of factors would eventually translate into the cruel and clear result of victory or defeat. Football was the sport that tested the most comprehensive ability: speed, strength, skill, and teamwork. Now, each team only had 4 people, so they definitely couldn't show the charm of football. Get them together. Get them together. Don't play tomorrow, play today. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, Li Tai hurriedly shouted, Yes, yes, yes. Yamacho, don't worry. We'll definitely get them together. We'll go and find them now. In less than a quarter of an hour, we'll definitely be able to get 2 teams together. Sun Zifan hurriedly echoed. What he thought to himself was that it would be too easy to find a few people who could play football. If it really didn't work, they could just kidnap them. The few of them could also kidnap a group of people. Yes, then you guys go and come back quickly. Li Zixuan didn't care about what they thought. He just waved his hand and said, Yamacho, I also want to play football. Do you think I can do it? I've been in Bingzhou's football club for 2 years. I'm very good at it. Chung Chumo and the others were about to excitedly pull people over to play football when a student with a medium build and a slightly tan face ran over from the side of the field. The student first bowed to Li Zixuan and then begged eagerly. Then, before Li Zixuan had time to answer, a group of students outside the field ran directly to him and said as they ran, Yamacho, do you think I can do it? I've been playing football since I was 5 years old, and I clearly remember the rules you just said. I'm the most suitable. Yamacho. Yamacho. I also clearly remember the rules you just said. I'm the most suitable. Please choose me. Choose me. Choose me. The field suddenly became a mess. As it turned out, the small-scale football match that Li Zixuan had just organized had attracted quite a number of students who had just finished eating and were preparing to return to the dormitory to watch it. The dazzling passing of the ball, the intense and thrilling running of the ball, as well as the exciting kicking of the ball, all of these made their blood boil, and they cried out in satisfaction. Even if it was only a small-scale 4v4 football game, they felt that it was wonderful. At this moment, when they heard that Li Zixuan wanted to recruit people into the team and have a formal 11v11 football game, How could the students who had been watching outside the field for so long hold back? One must know that there was only one chance. If they missed it, there wouldn't be another chance. There wouldn't be such a bouncy ball anywhere else, and there wouldn't be such an interesting football game. Chung Chumo and the others were relieved when they saw this. The group of people who came from outside the field could definitely make up 2 full teams. Li Zishuan was stunned. He had expected that football would be popular with the majority of students, but he didn't expect that the first official appearance of football would be treated so warmly by the students. Apart from this, what surprised him even more was that from what he heard from these students, each and every one of them was a soccer expert. How could there be so many students who knew how to play football among the students of Yanhuang College? What was going on? Okay, we'll follow the order in which you just ran over. The top 14 who came here and have a foundation in football will be randomly added to these 2 teams. The captain of the first team will be Chung Chumo, and the captain of the second team will be Li Kuo. As for the rest of the students who didn't make it into the team this time, please leave the field to watch the game. You'll have plenty of chances in the future. Li Zishuan didn't have time to think about why so many students knew how to play football. He looked at the sky and directly ordered, "Yes, Yamacho." Whether it was those who received the admission ticket or those who wanted to leave, they all responded and began to carry out Li Zishuan's orders. Chapter 864. The Tang people actually loved to play football. The reason why there were so many students who were good at playing football was because of the Tang people's love for football. In the Tang Dynasty, there was a traditional festival that had disappeared today, the Cold Food Festival. It was 105 days after the winter solstice and 1 or 2 days before the Qingming festival. It was said that it was to commemorate Jia Zichui, who would rather be burned to death in the mountains than accept rewards during the spring and autumn period. According to tradition, there was a ban on fireworks and only cold food on this day. In the Qin, Han, and Sui dynasties, there were more activities such as mourning, trekking, swinging, and kuju. In the Tang Dynasty, the trend of cold food kuju reached its peak, and it almost became a legal football day. If you didn't go to the suburbs to play football, it would be as if the day didn't pass. In the Tang Dynasty, Xuchang poet Wang Jian wrote in a poem, "Palace Siai." The night's makeup remains until tomorrow, always standing by the bright sunflower tree. Cold food kuju's wife, long by, first scatter the money in the treasury. This poem had a high citation rate in many ancient sports research articles. The Baida in the poem was a very popular non-goal kicking game during the Tang and Song dynasties. It was played by 2 or more people. Bai Juyi from Xinjiang also wrote a poem, Cold Food at Luo Qiao. It described the scene on the football field. Kuju's dust doesn't rise, splashing fire on the rain. Other than that, famous poets such as Wang Wei, Li Bai, Lu Yuxi, and Wei Yingwu all mentioned cold food kuju in their works. Due to the widespread of cold food kuju in the Tang Dynasty, Du Fu, who had been wandering all his life, wrote a poem, Qingming. In his later years, he lamented that 10 years of kuju will bring the chick far away, 10,000 miles of swing customs will be the same. Du Fu was born in Gongyi and had been to Luoyang, Shaanxi, Sichuan, Hubei, and other places. This showed that these places had the custom of cold food kuju. The Tang people's love for football could be seen from this. It was completely understandable that so many young people who liked to play football were born in such a big environment. There were many football experts in the Tang Dynasty. Although they weren't as famous as the Song Dynasty, there were still many of them. For example, Yang Jian and Wu Chongshuan were guests of the Tang Zhongzong's son, Crown Prince Li Zhongjuan. It was also because of this football atmosphere in the Tang Dynasty that the Song Dynasty produced Gao Qiu and Lu Sanfu. Beep. Li Zishuan blew the whistle and gestured for the game to start. Li Qingqian's side got the right to kick off. Li Tai saw that the other side had so many more players and knew that with his strength, there was no way he could directly break through. He did a side pass and passed the football to Li Qingqian's feet, who was only 10 steps away from him in the front left. Then, he quickly ran forward to provide support. After experiencing Li Zishuan's teachings, Li Tai already knew that in a football match, one could not show off one's bravery. This was a game of 11 people. It would be difficult for one person to have the last laugh if he or she relied solely on one person's recklessness. After Li Chengqian received the ball, he did not dare to be careless because Cheng Chumo was rushing towards him with that speed. As long as he dared to dribble a few steps, Cheng Chumo would definitely be able to catch up and intercept the ball. On the field, there was no such thing as a crown prince or a minister. Cheng Chumo would definitely not be courteous to him. As a member of the royal family, Li Chengqian had the best and most exquisite ball to play with since he was young. He also loved to play football since he was young, so his basic skills were relatively solid. He looked up and aimed a direction. Then, with a cross pass, he accurately passed the football to Li Huairen's feet. This was a method that they had just researched to deal with players like Cheng Chumo, who had extremely strong individual abilities. It was to continuously pass the ball. This tactic, which emphasized absolute ball control, was somewhat similar to the tiki-taka tactic that Guardiola used during his time as Barcelona's coach in modern times. However, tactics were not the decisive factor in the outcome of a game. The key was whether the players cooperated well with each other. Huairen, catch the ball. After playing for so long, Li Qingqian's blood was already boiling. At this moment, he no longer had the image of a cultured and refined crown prince. His voice had also become louder. That's right. Li Huairen happened to be in the group of people who had just joined. Li Xiaogong was a martial arts grandmaster. Even if his son was not as good, he would at least be much better than the average person. There was no problem with Li Qingqian's prediction of where the football would land. He even left a small margin for Li Huairen. However, Li Huairen had just come on the field. It was his first time experiencing such a formal football match. His reactions in various parts of his body could not keep up with the rhythm. When he heard Li Chengqian calling for him, he subconsciously paused. With that pause, the distance between him and the football had become a little too far. It was too late to chase forward because Sun Zifen had already taken the opportunity to close in on the football. Oh, wow. The Crown Prince team's ball has been stolen. This little guy's reaction is really fast. Now that Sun Zifen and Li Tai had successfully lost weight, no one called them little fatty anymore. Good ball. This should be considered a mistake in Crown Prince's pass, right? What a pity. Bullsh *T. It was obviously that student who was stunned for a moment and could not keep up with His Highness Crown Prince's pass. Do you know how to watch the game? If you don't talk nonsense. After seeing Sun Zifen steal the football, the onlookers outside the field exclaimed, sighed, and cheered loudly. In any case, it was very lively. These people did not have the opportunity to play in person. They could only watch from the sidelines as they competed with Li Chengqian, the country's heir to the throne. The situation here was in full swing, constantly attracting students who had finished eating and were passing by. After a while, the field was already surrounded by a circle of people. There were even some teachers from Yanhuang College. Now that they had just finished their exams, they also had time to come out and watch the fun. Beautiful. Zifen, quickly pass it to me. Chung Chumo saw Sun Zifen steal the football and hurriedly waved to the latter while shouting loudly at the same time. Needless to say, Sun Zifen knew that Chung Chumo was their team's most important scoring player. After grabbing the ball, he did not hesitate to pinpoint Chung Chumo's position and pass the ball over. He and Chung Chumo were only 3 feet apart. At such a close distance, of course, it was more reliable and effective to pass the ball over. The football was seen drawing a straight line on the grass and was about to roll to Chung Chumo's feet. Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked the football's path. This surefire pass was actually stolen. Wow! There was an uproar outside the field. It's King of Han. So fast. I heard that King of Han knows martial arts. He used martial arts, right? T. What do you know? King of Han relied entirely on his body's reaction. If he used martial arts, do you think that a master like Yamacho would not be able to see it? That's right. Can you be more powerful than Yamacho? What a beautiful grab. Good job, His Highness King of Han. Look, His Highness King of Han is going to counterattack. This is straightforward. He is going to break through the opponent's defense line alone. The onlookers outside the field were completely affected by the players' every move on the field. They sometimes cheered, sometimes shouted, and sometimes sighed. This college under the setting sun was once again filled with vitality at night. Chapter 8:65. On the field, Li Ku was like a cheetah running with the ball. His legs were crisscrossing at a very fast frequency. From afar, one could only see the afterimages of his legs crisscrossing, as well as the wisps of grass splashing behind him. Previously, when Chung Chumo's players saw that they had control of the ball, and that Chung Chumo was about to dribble the ball to attack the opponent's goal, they began to press toward the other half of the field. But who knew that Li Ku would come out halfway and intercept the pass that they were sure to get? As a result, they had no choice but to break and turn the car around to chase after Li Ku. But since Li Ku was able to intercept Chung Chumo's ball, how could he be so easy to catch up with? What's more, these people had to change directions midway, so their speed was naturally even slower. Li Ku used his excellent physical reaction to shake off the 3 defenders in the opponent's back half of the field. Then, the entire back half of the field was suddenly flat. Li Ku was delighted and began to pass the ball long and wide. While maintaining a high speed, he also ensured that he had control of the ball. At this time, he didn't need to make any fancy moves. He only needed to make wide and wide movements, rush to the opponent's goal in the shortest time possible, and finish the shot. Otherwise, when Chung Chumo caught up, the result would be hard to say. Oh, wow. Han Wang is only 70 to 80 feet away from the goal. He should be about to shoot. Shoot? Why is he shooting? What kind of game were they playing? Why haven't I seen it before? It sounded like he had just arrived and didn't know the rules of the football game. You just arrived, right? This game is a new invention by Yamacho. As long as the ball is kicked into the opponent's goal, it's a score. The team with the most points wins. Oh, I see. That's quite interesting. Look, His Highness Han Wang is going to shoot. This is more ambiguous than words. At this time, Li Ku was already 5 feet away from the opponent's goal. Logically speaking, it was not very safe to shoot from this position, but it was too late because Chung Chumo had already caught up from behind. After all, Chung Chumo's legs were longer than his, and he was running without the ball. It would only take a little time for him to catch up with him. At this time, Chung Chumo was less than 5 steps away from Li Ku. He was within reach. Fortunately, Chung Chumo, a football noob, did not know about foul tactics. Otherwise, he would have reached out to grab Li Ku's clothes. Feeling the movement behind him, Li Ku did not dare to continue dribbling. He slightly adjusted his body's center of gravity and suddenly accelerated forward. He kicked hard at the rolling football in front of him. Boom! The football was hit by a huge force and made a dull sound. Then, it ran towards the opponent's goal at an even faster speed. Baolin, be careful! The stadium was like a battlefield, and the situation could change at any moment. Just a moment ago, Chung Chumo's side was attacking the opponent's goal. But in the blink of an eye, they had changed from the attacking side to the defending side. Chung Chumo could not stop him in time. Seeing that Li Ku had already raised his right foot and started to shoot, he shouted in the direction of the goal. Shot! Shot! That ball is so fast! It should be said that His Highness King of Han's counterattack is so fast. It all happened in the blink of an eye. What a thrilling way to play. Just looking at it makes my blood boil. If I could play in person, wouldn't that be awesome? Hey, first of all, you have to have a ball with good elasticity like that. Otherwise, after this match, it would be strange if his leg was crippled. What's wrong? Can't you buy this ball? Since it was brought by Sir, it should be sold at Curious House, right? So, what if it's expensive? Why can't I buy it? Huh, you're thinking too much. Just now, His Highness King of Wei went to Yamacho to buy a football, but he couldn't buy one. How can you be richer and more capable than His Highness King of Wei? Hey, stop talking nonsense. Look, King of Han is going to score. This ball is definitely going in. On the field, the goalkeeper, Yuchi Baolin, had already realized that something bad was going to happen after Li Ku bypassed the 3 players in the backfield. After all, he only looked honest, but he was not really stupid. At that moment, he was already prepared. In the face of Li Ku's sudden shot, his eyes were fixed on the ball flying in the air without blinking. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind where the ball was going to shoot towards the goal. Top left corner. When the ball was less than 2 feet away from the goal, Yuchi Baolin moved. He bent his knees slightly, and the developed muscles on his legs bulged instantly. Then he stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his whole body immediately bounced up from the ground, heading straight for the ball's landing point. Li Zishuan did not allow the players to use martial arts, which meant that they were not allowed to use internal energy. Yuchi Baolin had no choice but to use the jumping power of his legs. If he could use martial arts, Yuchi Baolin would definitely be able to defend this simple goal with his lightness skills. Whoosh whoosh. The ball made a whooshing sound in the air, and the landing point seemed to be exactly where Yuchi Baolin's hands were at the top left corner of the goal. Naturally, Li Ku also noticed this. He covered his face and looked extremely regretful. The players on the field, as well as the spectators outside the field, all held their breaths at this moment. They stared unblinkingly in the direction of the goal and guessed in their hearts whether or not the ball would enter the goal. He blocked it. He definitely blocked it. Chung Chumo had already stopped running. He saw that the ball was getting closer and closer to Yuchi Baolin's palms. He waved his arms excitedly and roared in a low voice. Yuchi Baolin had the same idea as Chung Chumo because his hands could already feel the strong wind from the ball. Hey, I blocked Xiao Ke's shot. The corner of Yuchi Baolin's mouth drew a curve. Sigh, King of Han's shot has been blocked. The spectators outside the field also let out sighs at that moment. Everyone felt that the ball would definitely not go in. Even Li Ku, the initiator of the shot, felt the same way. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. The ball that was about to touch Yuchi Baolin's palms suddenly changed direction in the air and flew toward the bottom right of the goal at high speed. Bam! The ball went in. Boom! everyone inside, and outside the field exploded, and their eyes widened. F***CK. What's going on? Xiao Ku, what did you do to the ball? Chumo's mouth was agape as he asked Li Ku loudly with a puzzled look. He looked at Li Ku again and saw that the lad was also dumbfounded at that moment. This ball, how did it change direction? How did His Highness King of Han make such a kick? Could His Highness King of Han have violated the rules by using his inner strength? Don't talk nonsense. That's not a joke. The students outside the field were first surprised, then puzzled, and then began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 866. I didn't use my internal strength. The discussion of the surrounding students naturally reached the ears of the players on the field. Chumo's players looked at Li Ku with strange eyes, but many people just looked and didn't dare to say what was in their hearts. After all, Li Ku was the son of the emperor. This identity was enough to make many people afraid. Hearing the discussion of the students outside the field and feeling the strange eyes of the other players next to him, Li Ku hurriedly defended himself with red eyes. But the players with strange eyes just looked away and didn't say whether they believed it or not. Li Ku was so wronged that he was about to cry. After all, he was only a 7 or 8-year-old child. After all, he really didn't use his internal strength just now. Suddenly being criticized by the ring name, it was inevitable that his heart couldn't bear it. What's wrong? What do you mean by this? Little Ku said that he didn't use his internal strength, so he didn't use his internal strength. Would he lie to you? Just as Li Ku's emotions were about to collapse, Li Tai came over and patted Li Ku's shoulder, shouting to the surrounding players. I also believe in Little Ku. Li Chengqian also came over and supported his brother, but most of the players on Chumo's side, as well as the onlooking students outside the field, were still in disbelief, because the goal just now was really strange. If it wasn't for the use of internal strength, they really couldn't think of any other reason. I also believe in Little Ku. At this time, Chumo spoke. Although he didn't understand why the football suddenly changed direction in the air, he believed that Li Ku wouldn't violate the rules just set by Li Zishuan for such an insignificant game. Even he, the captain, had expressed his opinion. The other players naturally couldn't say anything, but they still had doubts in their hearts. Beep! While many people were hesitant about this goal, Li Zishuan jogged over, blew the bamboo whistle, and made a gesture that said, "The goal is valid." The field suddenly boiled over again. What does Yamacho mean by this gesture? Stupid. Yamacho is saying that Hanwang's goal is valid and doesn't count as a foul. Then, doesn't that mean that Hanwang didn't use martial arts just now? Aren't you spouting nonsense? If the King of Han used martial arts, how could Yamacho still make such a judgment? That's true, but if the King of Han didn't use martial arts, how can you explain the ball? Just now. F***CK. If you ask me, who should I ask? Li Zishuan's judgment completely shattered the guesses of some of the conspiracy theorist audience members. For Li Ku, it was a timely reign. Thank you, Yamacho, for your trust. Li Ku walked up to Li Zishuan and solemnly cupped his hands in thanks. If he hadn't experienced that moment just now, he would never know how important it was to have the trust of others. Li Zishuan smiled and said gently, Little Ku, you didn't use any internal energy just now, so the punishment is reasonable. You don't have to thank me. Li Ku's goal just now was not a problem. Besides, even if Li Ku secretly used his internal energy, it was impossible to hide it from the eyes of a martial arts grandmaster. The goal just now was just a curveball. For Li Zishuan, who often watched football games in his previous life, this kind of curveball was not a rare phenomenon. But for Li Ku to be able to kick this kind of ball for the first time, he was still a little surprised. Li Ku thought for a moment and asked hesitantly, "But, Yamacho, that ball, just now." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "What? You don't know what happened to that ball? Just now." Seeing Li Ku's expression, Li Zishuan finally understood. This kid didn't know how to kick a curveball. Just now, it was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It was just a coincidence. "Well, yes, Yamacho. Regarding that ball, just now, I also have a lot of doubts in my heart." Realizing that Li Zishuan did not suspect whether he used his internal energy from the beginning to the end, Li Ku's mood gradually relaxed. He then gathered his courage and spoke his true thoughts. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifen, and the others who were beside him also focused their attention. Obviously, they also didn't understand why the ball suddenly changed direction. Li Zishuan didn't want to waste any time. He organized his words and simply explained, "Little Ke, the reason why your ball changed direction was mainly because you didn't kick the ball in the center when you kicked it. If I want to explain it to you clearly, I have to use relevant knowledge of physics. Today, I will only briefly explain it to you. When you learn physics in the future, you can naturally bring what I said to the books to verify it. Little Ke, your ball just now, I call it a curveball. This kind of ball appears mainly because the direction of your strength when you kick the ball did not pass through the center of the ball. The ball will produce a corresponding rotation. Under the effect of air resistance, the rotating ball will travel a distance around its rotation axis. When the ball is close to the goal or the opponent's player, there is a possibility that it will make a sharp turn. This has nothing to do with the use of internal energy. If the direction of your strength is wrong, even if you inject internal energy into the ball, it won't suddenly change direction like just now." This explanation made everyone confused. After that, many people were speechless. They didn't expect that playing a ball or watching a game could be related to learning. Li Zishuan, Yanhuang College's Yamacho, was a bit too competent. But this way, it could be said that Li Ku was completely cleared of suspicion. So the kid was smiling very happily at the moment. "Okay, let's not talk too much. Continue to play." The score is now 1 o'clock. "Cheng Chumo, you start. Hurry up." Li Zishuan looked at the sky and quickly said. Cheng Chumo immediately became spirited and quickly agreed. Then he shouted a few times behind him, nothing more than to let his team work harder, and quickly equalize the score. In the following game, there was nothing unexpected. The only thing worth mentioning was that the newly joined players, after a few minutes of practice, their cooperation with each other became smoother and smoother. Li Zishuan felt that with the strength and cooperation of these little guys now, it wouldn't be a problem for them to play in some school or city teams in his previous life. This could only be said that the Tang Dynasty's football environment was too good, even better than modern China's. As a result, too many young people who were good at playing football were cultivated, so the quality of the players on both teams was quite good. In the end, the score of the two teams was 2-1. Cheng Chumo's team won, with a 1-goal lead, mainly because Li Huiren gradually became more active towards the end. He and Li Ku formed a double striker strategy, which made it difficult for the defenders on Cheng Chumo's side to defend. Beep! Li Zishuan blew the whistle to end the game, then said, "Okay, everyone is dismissed. We'll play again in the future." Chapter 867. Tense, hot-blooded, exciting. This unique game left a deep impression on the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. Whether it was on the field or off the field, their hearts were surging at the moment. Compared to the goalless style they used in the past, Li Zixuan's current style of play was undoubtedly more competitive and more gripping. Oh, that's it. Yamacho, give us another quarter of an hour, and our team will definitely equalize the score. Cheng Chumo looked at the temporary scoreboard that Li Zixuan made on the sidelines and shouted unwillingly, "Hey, Toad Yawns, what a big tone. Even if I give you another half an hour, you won't have a chance to equalize the score because we have Little Ku and Huiran, haha." As the winner, of course, he had the right to ridicule. How could Li Tai give up such an opportunity? Damn, that's because I didn't do my best just now. If you have the ability, give us another quarter of an hour to try. Chung Chumo straightened his neck and said angrily with a red face, after working hard for more than an hour, they finally lost by a goal. Of course, he was very unconvinced in his heart. Shut up. I said it's over, so it's over. Is there any room for bargaining? Hurry up and go eat. Seeing that the two of them began to bicker again, Li Zixuan angrily rebuked. Oh, the two of them responded sullenly and could only obediently retreat to their respective teams. Li Zixuan took the football from Li Chengqian and then prepared to go home. Hey, Yamacho, how do I get a football? Li Tai's eyes were fixed on the football spinning around. In the end, he couldn't help but chase after it and ask loudly. Immediately, the surroundings quieted down. Everyone shifted their gaze to Li Zixuan. Obviously, everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. Li Zixuan paused. He thought for a while and said, "In the next few days, the academy will introduce a batch of footballs. The students of the academy can rent them for free, but only within the academy. At present, all the footballs are only for rent and not for sale. It's impossible to buy them with money. However, in the future, the academy would reward the top 3 in the monthly exams and football competitions with a football. If you want it, go fight for it yourself." After saying that, he walked out of the field without looking back. F***CK. This trick again. Couldn't they just sell it directly? It's not like I'm lacking in money. Li Tai kicked the grass and complained gloomily. Hey, isn't this exactly what you want? Chinke, your grades are so good. You even got first place in the entrance exam. What are you worried about? Sun Ziffin pursed his lips and said, F***CK. The academy is full of experts now, who can guarantee that they will get first place every time. Ziffin, you brat, it's easy for you to say that. Then, Chinke, you can wait until after the monthly exams and buy a football from the students who got it. You're not lacking in money, Sun Ziffin suggested in a strange tone. Li Tai was a little tempted after hearing it. However, after thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, F***CK. No way. It's true that I'm rich, but I don't want to be taken advantage of. Isn't it just the top 3 in the monthly exams? It's a piece of cake. The football match ended. However, the exciting process of the football match had been passed around by the students of Yanhuang College. During the military training the day after, people could always be heard discussing the football match between classes. Moreover, the scene of the discussion was quite intense. In this era, where there was a lack of entertainment, the appearance of football, which combined sports and entertainment, captured the hearts of many students and even teachers. Of course, the words that Li Zixuan had said before he left yesterday had stirred the minds of many students. The reward of being able to get a football for the top 10 in the monthly exam was really too tempting. Even those students who didn't like sports could sell the football to others if they got into the top 10. Li Zixuan also said that this thing was now a priceless item. If they really wanted to sell it, the price would naturally not be low. Therefore, this was a very generous profit. Many students who were confident in their own strength were holding back their anger. They secretly made up their minds that after the military training, they must study hard day and night and get into the top 3 in the monthly exams. This was the real books have their own houses of gold. Xiao Mao, is your little shop almost ready? In the afternoon, Li Zishuan came to the academy. When he passed by a small fork in the road behind the bishop, he saw some people going in and out of a small house. When he walked over to take a look, he saw Gu Xiaomao inside. He thought for a moment and knew what was going on, so he smiled and said, "Ah, it's almost ready. Yamacho, please come in and have a seat." When Gu Xiaomao saw that it was Li Zishuan, he hurriedly went forward and greeted him enthusiastically. "Dad, this is the Yamacho of our academy. This little shop of yours is also a gift from the Yamacho." The old man next to him looked at Li Zishuan with a puzzled face. Gu Xiaomao hurriedly introduced him. The old man was shocked. He staggered 2 steps and went forward to bow and said, This old man greets the Marquis of Yong, and Marquis has done a great favor for our Gu family. Everyone in the Gu family is deeply grateful to you." It was obvious that the old man was very emotional. He couldn't even speak clearly. "Uncle Gu, you don't have to be so polite. Gu Xiaomao deserves all of this. Who asked him to be so hard-working?" Li Zishuan helped the old man up and said with a smile. Gu Xiaomao was a little embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head. When the old man heard that his son was praised by Marquis personally, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. "Xiao Mao doesn't have any other abilities except for his strength. Marquis, you gave him such a high salary. If he doesn't work hard, I will break his legs. Ah, look at my memory. Marquis, quickly come in and drink some water. How can you keep standing outside? Girl, quickly pour a cup of herbal tea. For Marquis." A girl's voice immediately sounded in the house. "Yes, Dad." Li Zishuan smiled and didn't refuse. He knew that the girl inside should be Gu Xiaomao's sister. This kid had told him before. Because the Gu family was poor and Gu Xiaomao's mother was bedridden for many years, a large portion of the family's money was used to treat her illness. They couldn't even gather a decent dowry for his sister. That was why she was still unmarried at the age of 18. In the eyes of modern people, this situation would definitely be ridiculous. But that was the truth. In this era, it was common for girls to be unable to get married because they couldn't afford the dowry. It was the complete opposite of modern society. In modern society, it was the man who couldn't gather the dowry. "Marquis, quick, please come in." Chapter 868. The last time Li Zishuan saw Gu Xiaomao was a month ago. At that time, the second phase of the Academy's project had just started. Gu Xiaomao was still the vice captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment. Li Tai had always been the captain. By chance, Li Zishuan found out about Gu Xiaomao's simple ideals. Therefore, after the second phase of the Academy's project was completed, Li Zishuan allocated a small house from the Academy, about 50 square meters in modern times. It was neither small nor big, for Gu Xiaomao to open a shop. Speaking of which, this small house was originally a small warehouse used to temporarily store equipment. It was located between the teaching building and the dormitory building. The location was not bad and was suitable for Gu Xiaomao to open a shop. It wasn't that Li Zishuan was stingy and didn't want to give him a big house, but with Gu Xiaomao's current wealth, even if he was given a big house, he wouldn't be able to fill it with goods. After entering the small house, Li Zishuan sat down and looked around. He saw that there were shelves with all kinds of goods on them. There were candied fruits, nuts, and other snacks. There were also daily necessities like soap operas, sweat towels, and wooden basins. The layout of this place was like a modern supermarket. This idea was also what Li Zixuan told Gu Xiaomao. A supermarket was a product that surpassed the times and could definitely make money in the Tang Dynasty. When Li Zixuan had just transmigrated, he had also thought of setting up a supermarket. However, for a transmigrator like him, there were too many ways to make money. Therefore, he didn't have the time to do this. Li Zixuan saw that Gu Xiaomao was a rather down-to-earth lad, so he gave this valuable idea to him. "Uncle Gu, I heard that Xiaomao's mother has been sick. How is she now?" Li Zixuan looked around the furnishings in the house and asked with a smile. Being called Uncle Gu by Li Zixuan again and again, the old man was very flattered. He didn't know where to put his hands. At this moment, he hurriedly replied, "What did my wife do to make Marquis remember her? Previously, Gu Xiaomao worked here and brought home a lot of money. This child has been filial since he was young. After he received the money, he ignored his mother's dissuasion and invited a doctor from Chang and city's Huichun Hall to help treat her. He even bought a lot of medicine. His mother's condition is basically stable now. We can only rest and see if the root of the illness can be cured." Li Zixuan nodded as he listened. He looked at Gu Xiaomao and said, "Xiaomao, your family is relying on you now. Oh, it should be your store. You have to do a good job in the future. Not only do you want your parents and sister to live well, but you also want to bring convenience to all the teachers and students of the academy. Do you understand?" When Divine Doctor Sun comes to Chang, and again, I will ask him to take a look at your mother. A woman stood behind the door. She was Gu Xiaomao's sister. When she heard Li Zixuan mention her, she could not help but look up at Li Zixuan. It was not that she had any improper thoughts about Li Zixuan. It was just pure admiration. After all, which girl did not worship heroes? Li Zixuan was young, but his reputation had spread far and wide. He was a combination of wisdom, bravery, and handsome. He was simply an excellent candidate for a husband. This girl knew her own family. She knew that there was no possibility between her and Li Zixuan, so she did not have such thoughts from beginning to end. She only hoped that her brother could learn from Li Zixuan and become someone as powerful as Li Zixuan in the future. "Thank you, Yamacho. Don't worry. I will definitely do my best and make this store a good one." Gu Xiaomao promised seriously. "Marquis, don't worry. If Xiaomao does not provide convenience to the students and teachers of the academy, this old man will be the first to not listen to him." The old man also quickly promised. "Haha, fine. It's not that serious. I still trust Xiaomao." Li Zixuan chuckled. After that, he chatted with the father and son for a while, then got up and said goodbye. After all, they still had to busy themselves with cleaning the store. "Hey, Yamacho, can you help me inscribe a few words on my store?" Just as Li Zixuan was about to leave, Gu Xiaomao stammered and asked loudly. Li Zixuan immediately froze on the spot. Inscribe words? What did this kid mean? Was he deliberately messing with him? The reason why he thought so was because Li Zixuan had been here for so long, but he had never inscribed words on anyone's store before. Although his calligraphy was now quite good and was better than most people's compared to famous calligraphers like Chu Suiliang and Yu Shernan, it was still a far cry, okay? How could he show it to others? Ahem. Xiaomao, do you want me to ask Dr. Chu to inscribe a few words for you? Li Zixuan coughed dryly and said. Gu Xiaomao trembled and quickly waved his hand. Yamacho, no need, no need. My store was given to me by you, of course. You have to give it a name yourself. This kid was really stubborn. He didn't even want Chu Suiliang's calligraphy. Li Zixuan had no choice but to nod. All right, bring me a brush and paper. Hey, Yamacho, please wait a moment. Gu Xiaomao agreed excitedly. After a while, he brought over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Li Zishuan wondered if this kid had prepared beforehand. Li Zishuan picked up the brush and was stunned again. What should he write? At this moment, the names of many modern supermarkets appeared in his mind. Walmart, RT-Mart, China Resources, Wanja, Balian, Woomert. But it would be too much of a joke to write down these names, because most of these names did not have any meaning to them. He couldn't harm Gu Xiaomao because of his whims. I got it. Li Zishuan's mind flashed with inspiration. He focused his mind and calmed his breathing. With a slight movement of his wrist, he wrote the 4 words, Yoja Store, on the paper. He was using regular script. In his previous life, he had practiced more regular script, so he was relatively good at it. There's a small shop. Hey, Yamacho, that's a good name. After staying in Yanhuang College for a long time, Gu Xiaomao could recognize a few simple words. He carefully put away the paper and laughed. Li Zishuan said happily, Kid, tell me, what's so good about this name? Anyway, as long as it's Yamacho, it's definitely good. Gu Xiaomao stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. He could only laugh foolishly. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Xiaomao, a real man should not let down the heavens, the earth, the parents, the wife, the children, and the brothers and sisters. I hope you can use this store to let your family live a good life. After saying that, Li Zishuan nodded to old Gu and turned to leave. Chapter 869. It was a cloudy Monday, October 22nd of the first year of Xinguan. It was a refreshing autumn day. Suddenly, people realized that the sky was bluer and the air was colder. If one slept at night without a quilt, they would feel cold. It was already late autumn. Many trees on the Cloud Mountain had begun to shed their leaves. Some mountain paths were covered with a thick layer of leaves, giving the pedestrians a sense of desolation. Beep. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Today was the day of the military training at Yanhuang College. Early in the morning, the students were gathered on the field by the instructors of each class after breakfast. For a moment, all kinds of slogans were heard. Feiji, are there any students absent today? Li Zishuan turned his head and asked in a low voice. Marquis, no students are absent today. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and answered, Okay, when the teachers of the college arrive, the military training exercise will officially begin. Inform Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and ask the guards of the college to stay alert. No outsiders are allowed to come in and make trouble today. Li Zishuan nodded and ordered. Pang Feiji smiled and said, Hey, Marquis, you worry too much. Third brother is now a guard of the college. Who dares to make trouble here? Third brother? Li Zishuan was stunned. It took him a while to remember who the third brother was. He couldn't help but find it funny and said, It seems that you are close to Mr. Zhang. You even called him third brother. In terms of experience in the martial arts world, you should call Mr. Zhang third master. You are so rude. Pang Feiji chuckled and didn't know how to respond to Li Zishuan's words. Uncle Chung? At this moment, Li Zishuan exclaimed. He quickly stepped forward and saw a man coming from the opposite side. Who else could it be but Chung Yaojin? Uncle Chung, shouldn't you be in the morning court now? How come you have time to come here? Li Zishuan stepped forward and asked in confusion. Today is not the imperial court's day off. Why did this old demon wander here? Cough, cough. Chung Yaojin sniffled and covered his mouth with his hand as he coughed twice. This old man caught a cold yesterday and has already requested for a day's leave from His Majesty. I also heard that your place is very lively today, so I came over to take a look. What? Don't you welcome me? Demoness Chung would catch a cold. Li Zishuan's eyes widened. Of course, he was very suspicious, but he couldn't ask, right? He could only say, Uncle Chung, what are you talking about? Of course I welcome you, with open arms. Little rascal, Chung Yaojin scolded with a smile, and then said seriously, Chumo is here, thanks to you, Xiao Xian. This little rascal used to be idle all day long, and did not do anything serious. Only the academy can help him improve. Li Zishuan knew that Chung Yaojin was talking about Chung Chumo's breakthrough a few days ago with the help of Tai Chi. He smiled and said, Uncle Chung, you're too polite. The Chung and Li families are already inseparable. Why do you need to thank me? Chung Yaojin laughed and said, Ha, what a good inseparable. Then I won't thank you for giving me the recipe for the century egg. Otherwise, I'll think that I'm pretentious. You're right, our families are already inseparable. Chumo has made a good brother. In the end, Chung Yaojin couldn't help but feel emotional. When he first heard of Li Zishuan, it was because of the chicken that Chung Chumo brought back for him. After that, he saw that Li Zishuan was quite good at martial arts, so he thought that there would be no harm for his son to make friends with this young talent. But who knew that this young man's rise was so fast that it was beyond everyone's imagination? At this moment, he really felt that his son was a fool for a fool. Uncle Chung, please come up. The military training exercise is about to start. Speaking of which, you've taught these students before, so you can take a look at the results of their training. Li Zishuan invited him, although he knew that Chung Yaojin was here today for this. Ha, no rush, no rush. You'll take a while. I'll say a few words to second Brother Qin before I come back. You go ahead. Chung Yaojin waved his hand and went to find Qin Xiong. At 8:15 a.m., all the students of the 16 classes had gathered. Li Zishuan, Chung Yaojin, Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the other core teachers of Yanhuang College went up to the rostrum. Chung Yaojin was here to watch the show, while Li Gang and the others were here to be judges. Previously, it was said that the last class in the military training exercise would clean the academy for a month. The last class was judged by the judges. As the chief instructor, Qin Xiong was, of course, commanding from below. Reporting to Yamacho, all 641 students of Yanhuang College have gathered. Shall we start the military training exercise? Tang Feiji was wearing a camouflage uniform. His back was very straight, and he looked very energetic. He raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan on the rostrum and shouted loudly. The first batch of students of Yanhuang College originally had 640 people. However, after Li Chengqian came to the academy to supervise the military training with the students, the number of people participating in the military training exercise increased to 641. The autumn wind whistled. Looking at the 600 students lined up neatly below him, Li Zishuan's heart was filled with a sense of heroism. He suddenly felt the majesty and desolation of an autumn soldier on the battlefield. Let's start the military training exercise. Li Zishuan said each word clearly and powerfully. Yes. Tang Feiji answered loudly. Students of the first class, all of you, stand at attention. Look to the right. Look forward. Listen to my command. Turn right and walk in unison. The general flow of the military training exercise this time was for each class to walk out of the field, stand at attention on the track, and perform actions such as standing at attention. Then they would walk in unison, run in unison, and change formations. Finally, all the classes would perform a round of Taiji fist, on the field. The judges would give the 16 classes marks based on their performance. Under Pang Feiji's lead, the first class of students walked to the rostrum in unison. Throughout the process, none of them fell out of rhythm. The width of their arm movements were all exactly the same. Li Zixuan, Cheng Yaojin, and the others stood on the rostrum and looked at it with delight. I used to say that this kid was only training some useless things. Now, it seems, although it's still not very useful, it's really King beautiful. Cheng Yaojin thought to himself as he stroked his beard. Stand at attention. Swoosh. At ease. Swoosh. Pang Feiji's every command was met with the sound of uniform movements. All the teachers present were moved. Those teachers who had previously been rather critical of Li Zixuan's military training regime were completely silent at this moment. Every command was executed in unison. Their momentum was majestic, and they could topple mountains and overturn seas. The students' mental outlook had been completely changed by this 1 month of military training. Chapter 870. Bam, bam, bam. Following Pang Feiji's 1, 2, 1 slogan, the students of Class 1 walked in unison. Looking at them horizontally and vertically, they looked like a single line. Although there were 41 people present, they looked as if they were one person. There were no discordant movements or discordant sounds. The people on the rostrum were shocked, but the students of the other classes felt an inexplicable pressure. The excellent performance of Class 1 made them doubt their own strength. They all wondered if they could perform so well when it was their turn to go on stage. Beep. After Pang Feiji led the students of Class 1 to perform basic movements, such as standing at attention, taking a break, and marching in unison, he whistled. Just as he was about to lead them for a run, he saw Emo Zhong rushing in from outside the field, panting. It was obvious that something urgent had happened. Pang Feiji couldn't help but stop directing and look at the rostrum. Yamacho, His Majesty has brought all the civil and military officials, as well as envoys from various countries. Hurry up and welcome him. Emo Zhong's footsteps were hurried and could be described as swift as flying. He took 2 or 3 steps to ascend the rostrum and hurriedly called out. Li Zixuan was only a little surprised in his heart. Beside him, Cheng Yaojin's face was about to turn green. If he had known that Li Er was going to bring all the civil and military officials here to watch the show, he wouldn't have bothered to ask for leave. Xiao Xian, do you have any place here that I can hide in? Hurry up and bring me there. Cheng Yaojin said hurriedly. He was an official who had applied for sick leave. Instead of resting at home, he came all the way to the academy to watch the performance. If old Li saw this scene, how could he, Cheng Yaojin, have it easy? This was like a student who had applied for sick leave and came out to play but happened to bump into a teacher. Uncle Cheng, how can there be a good place to hide in this sports field? If you really want to hide, you can only go to the teaching building. But don't bump into His Majesty. Li Zixuan sweated profusely and said to the old man. After that, he prepared to go downstairs to welcome Li Er. However, he heard Li Gang snort. Humph, you're deceiving yourself. Hi, Duke Lu. Do you think all the teachers and students in the academy are blind? Others were afraid of Cheng Yaojin, but Li Gang wasn't. The old man had been studying all his life, and what he hated the most were people who deceived others. Maybe he didn't know why Cheng Yaojin was here at the start, but now that he saw this guy's reaction when he heard that Li Er was here, how could he not understand the key? Cheng Yaojin's old face darkened, and he said angrily, Li Wenji, since when did this old man treat you all as blind? I'm not feeling. I just want to find a place to rest. You, Rest. Could it be that your body is weaker than mine? Hi, Duke Lu. You still need to rest. Li Yaojin, Aojin Li Zishuan was too lazy to care about these trivial things. He went down the rostrum alone, with his hands behind his back. As for the military training exercise, of course, it was temporarily suspended. He really couldn't understand why Lier and the other officials would come here early in the morning for no reason. Didn't these people need to attend the morning court today? In fact, of course, they had to attend the morning court today. In the morning court, the envoys from the small countries from Nanyang were going to say goodbye to Lier. After all, they had stayed in Chang, and for a long time. However, the prime minister of the Jiari dynasty, Alonashun, suddenly told Lier that he had heard from the people that Yanhuang College students were going to have a military training exercise today. He wanted Lier to allow him to go and observe. In the beginning, the establishment of Yanhuang College was facilitated by Lier. Now, Alonashun said in public that he wanted to see Yanhuang College. If Lier didn't agree, wouldn't he be slapping his own face in front of all the officials? Therefore, Lier didn't even attend the morning court. He directly brought the civil and military officials, as well as the envoys from various countries, to Yanhuang College. He knew in his heart that Alonashun couldn't speak Chinese, but he knew the news of Yanhuang College's military training exercise. He definitely didn't get it from the people. In this way, the truth of the matter was obvious. Someone wanted Yanhuang College to make a fool of itself in front of the envoys from various countries. But now, Lier had full confidence in Yanhuang College. He wanted to take this opportunity to let the officials see the ability of Yanhuang College. So, how could he not dare to come? Your subject greets your majesty. Your subject didn't know your majesty was coming and didn't welcome you. Your majesty, please forgive me. Li Zishuan came to the front of the mountain gate and bowed to Lier. Today was an important day for the military training exercise. Li Zishuan was wearing a scholar's robe, which was more formal. If it was in the past, Old Li would probably scold him again if he saw the short-sleeved shirt and pants that he often wore at home. No need for formalities. I brought my beloved officials here on a whim. It has nothing to do with you. Lier waved his hand and said, casually. Then he changed the topic and said, however, as the dean of Yanhuang College's military training exercise today, why didn't I know about it? Bullsh asterisk T. You F asterisk king raised so many spies. How could you not know? Li Zishuan cursed crazily in his heart. Your subject has failed in his duty. Your Majesty, please punish me. Old Li was probably blaming him for not inviting him to watch the military training exercise. But could this be his fault? He didn't know that Old Li liked to watch this kind of thing. Has the military training exercise started now? Why aren't you bringing me and my officials in to take a look? Lier smiled and said, Your Majesty, the military training exercise has just begun. Your subject will bring you to watch the ceremony. Li Zishuan responded, then called Lier and the civil and military officials to walk in the direction of the sports field. As for the emissaries of the small Nanyang kingdom, they had long been shocked by the tall buildings, novel cement buildings, and cement roads in the college after entering the college. At this moment, they were being dragged by the interpreters of the Honglu Temple. Miracle! Miracle! When will such a miracle come to our Jinla kingdom? Although the emissaries of Jinla were being dragged, their eyes were staring unblinkingly at the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College, and they were still muttering to themselves in a low voice. This must be the Holy Land of Bliss. But why did Buddha place the Holy Land of Bliss in the Tang Empire? Did our Jianri dynasty do something wrong? Ever since Alona Shun ascended Cloud Mountain, he had been in a state of absent-mindedness. Born in the Jianri dynasty, where the whole country believed in Buddhist precepts, he had been a loyal Buddhist since he was a child. Now, these miraculous cement buildings of Yanhuang College reminded him of some descriptions of the Holy Land of Bliss in the Buddhist scriptures. Although it was not exactly the same, there were still many similarities. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.